What's up, witches? Ah, how's everybody feeling today? Feeling pretty good. One day left with Tears of the Kingdom. I'm gonna try to blast through this thing. I want to finish exploring the underground, but I also want to, beat the game. So we're gonna attempt to do a little bit of both. All right. Okie dokie. Let's just dive right into the Tears of the Kingdom here. Or in the underground. Damn it. Oh. What I came up here for? Fucking arrows. Arrows? That's all? That's all that was here? Arrows and Zonite? Hardly seemed worth my time. Arrows is all that was on his enemy encampment. Alright. What's... that now? Alright, let's damn amiibo. There go. Get my amiibo. I was playing the full game before, but yeah, now I can play it here. Ooh. I found all my amiibo. Alright, there we go. I found all my amiibo. So now we can scan them all. Got my whole Breath of the Wild set. Let's do... and some from the Smash Brothers set. Let's do Classic Link. Alright. Broadsword. Why does it keep giving me rusted weapons? I do need that back if I'm gonna be doing this. Back. Let me get my chat pulled up. There we go. So what's up, Cap? Damn it. Alright, next one. That one didn't have what I wanted in it. Let's see. Next. Toon Link. Amiibo can't be used again today. Oh. I gotta wait 24 hours. Okay, we'll set him aside. Some of them I scanned yesterday. Some of them... I can't remember exactly what time I scanned them. Hey, I wonder... does Wolf Link from Twilight Princess still give you the wolf to follow you around in the game like it did in Breath of the Wild? Damn it. Oh, it just doesn't work. Okay. That answers that question. I don't know. Try this one. Nope. Alright, apparently I can't do amiibo right now. There was that one I could do. We'll try it again in a little bit. Set them off to the side here. Guardian, Zelda, Link. Classic Link, Archer, okay. Okay. We'll set those off to the side. Try those again in a minute. Let me switch to my fucking USB controller, because fuck those Joy-Cons. Alright, now let's switch back to the spear. Oh yeah, that feels much better. And I'll keep trying to map out this underworld. I've gotten pretty close. I've mapped out a good bit. Not good enough. It's taking fucking forever. I don't like the underworld. Tedious to explore. And even when you do light things up, they're uninteresting. Nope. Not. Yeah. Okay, that's a wall. How does it go? Goddamn high. Pretty goddamn high. Let's see if I can get up there. Find the cheapest thing I have I can make without any parts. Wood. Wood. Couple pieces. Alright. Fire weapon. Now let's do this. We can make this thing go. Maybe we can find where the light source is. Darkened area. Can't see past the wall I was standing next to. That direction. Oh, over there. Oh, that means it's a something I can stand on. Probably jump to that. Oh, there it is. Easiest way I've found to explore the depths. Slow, it's tedious, and it's uninteresting, but it's the fastest way I've found to explore without having to farm bright seeds and do all that other tedious nonsense. You just fly up in a balloon, look around, find your seed, glide to it, rinse and repeat until you've brightened up the depths. One good thing I have found about the depths, though, is there's little spots. I try to remember to leave map markers for myself. Oh, it's a mine. Good, I can restock on Zonite because I'm spending all that making those balloons. But I have found little little areas where you can ascend, use your ascend ability to get to the overworld. And usually those areas are right next to glyphs. So if you're trying to, find the easiest way to get to the glyphs and get all the cutscenes, I've gotten a few since the last time you guys watched me play. Trying to collect them all and then just like play them like a movie. So we watch them all back to back in sequential order to get the full story before we fight the final boss. Before I do the next dungeon, I want to get all the glyphs. Exploring the underworld seems to be the easiest way to find those. And then Watch all the cutscenes back to back. Go fight the final boss. Call it a day on this, because tomorrow when I get home from work, it's Diablo 4 beta all weekend, baby. And then when that's over, I may come back to Tears of the Kingdom if I'm actually not able to beat it tonight. Oh wait, this was a mine, wasn't it? Yeah, this was a mine. Go hit up this mine for some more Zonite real quick before we get out of here. Start looking for that next right route. And sometimes you even get some of Link's classic costume from these. I've gotten a few pieces of that for free. You don't have to buy the amiibo anymore. Didn't luck up on that one, but some of them. Some of them have his stuff. Rock down here? Loose rock somewhere? Use. Got something rock-like. That'll do, pig. That'll do. There we go. Stock up on Zonite before we get out of here. More? Not much in this mine. Oh, yeah, there's some more. God damn. Usually there's like a ton of it in these abandoned mines, so this one ain't got shit. No classic Link armor, no. There's the deposit. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Looking for the big deposit. For the Big Daddy. Speaking of Big Daddy. Come on, fatso. Bring your ass. And boom shakalaka. We're going to have to do that again in a second. I'm not going to waste my weapon durability on this much Zonite. And there we go. That covers the cost of the building material. Plus a little bit of profit. Alright. We're down there? No, it's just a random hole in the ground. Top of this mofo. Have a look around. Let's see what we got. All over there. Picked up this mushroom right here. I go from this to those trees where I can have a better look around. Try to get on top of that little hill next to me. Okay. Climbing shirt. Get your climbing gear on, Link. Come on, give me a spot here. Got it. I found a few of these. I go flying. Let's go flying. Got a pretty cool schematic I made myself. Kick-ass fucking flying machine here. See what we're working with. That's the one. And two. Oh, this one's got batteries on it. I can. Got batteries for liftoff, so you don't have to have a runway anymore. Rockets here, so I'll have to but all right, build it. Got some batteries to get me started. Let's go in this direction. Color was it? Purple? Going in the purple direction. And lift off. You just pull up. Start driving. Fastest plane in the world, but batteries mean I don't have to use my battery for a little bit. Good way to get started. Kind of hard to drive. Probably shouldn't do this. Let's use a battery. Charge battery. I can always hit up the mines and buy more. Farm Zonite and buy more of this shit. Wall? That's a wall. We're going to have to pull up. Pull up, Link. Pull up. Not pulling up. It's not turning. Okay. Like it just goes up to a roof anyway. So this ain't the way I want to go. What's that? There's another one over there. Well, we found it. We found it. If I go to build, can I reuse these materials? Fight this shit first. That one. Take the loot, though. Okay. So, if I try to build... Will it reuse all this stuff? Yeah, it will. It'll just... I can rebuild it with fresh batteries. Yeah, with fresh batteries and fresh stuff. Put it right here. A lot of that one. Lift off! Gonna expire soon anyway, even though I made it fresh. We're gliding the rest of the way. Close to it as we can get. Shortest distance between two lines, am I right? Hit a wall. Climb something. Wall and not water. I have the extra stamina to swim it. Oh no, it looks like it's just a hill. I may be able to just run it. I did find a way to kind of get night vision for free. Just activate her power if you're in the depths. There you go. The hidden depths trick. Walk around like this. It doesn't really light the place up, but it does highlight the terrain to let you know when you're about to fall off a cliff or some shit. Doesn't last forever though. You can just reactivate her anytime you want though, because she doesn't count as using her power if you don't actually fire a shot. So you just activate her power and run until she gives up on waiting for you, and then just activate her again. Light dispelled the darkness. Oh, it looks like we got something over there. Check out that little point of interest. Might be one of those. Might be one of those things that takes you to the surface, which will take me next to a glyph. So let's put a point here. Looks like I have to go in from there. Then we can probably go from there. There. Still ain't figured out how to get there yet. One thing at a time, am I right? Alright. Oh, was it green? Okay, green. Oh. Oopsie daisy. Hey, there's another one over there. I'll mark it, but I'll go to it later. I can always teleport back to this one to get there. Climbing, climbing, climbing. That mark of mine. Glide from one to the next. Sending. Bombs never hurt nobody. Well, other than the people I throw the bombs at. Couple free bombs never hurt me. Alright. I got to work with that's cheap. Build, how about a hovercraft? Take it. I don't need a spotlight on it draining my battery. Okay. Alright, hovercraft time. That worked like a charm. What do we got here? And in mine. And out of battery. All the far I need it to go anyway. Hey, hey, come here, fat boy. Need your help. Do that again in a second. Oh, good. I can buy more batteries and shit here. Perfect. Perfect. Routes are verified. Once a busy blah blah blah. Hold on for a moment. And he gave me a new schematic. Or instant cannon. Oh, it's like a turret. Test it via auto build. Oh, it gives me the materials right here. Rebuild. Put it right in here in the middle. Yeah, we got. Get my free bombs. My free explosions. Wow. Take a while to break through. Better be something cool in here. Wait there. Give me something cool. We're working our way through it. Alright, do it again. Grab and recharge. Wasting my bombs on this. Stronger than your free explosion. I got 34 of them. Fuck it, I can get more down here. He takes too long. Alright, there we go. Regia! Come on, that's all you put behind this big ass wall. I was thinking, oh cool, piece of Link's armor. About to maybe complete a set. Nope. Just this. I haven't figured out what to do with this Poe yet. I know it's currency, but I haven't figured out where to spend it. But, I mean, it's free. Damn it. You got in my way, son. Free, so I'll pick it up. Alright. Buy from this guy. Abandoned mine shaft and not a exit to the surface, but whatever. Got for sale. Station verified. Process on it. Stocks up the store. Yeah, all of them. Stocking up on those big ones there. Got up here. All night, free batteries. All about that free stuff, baby. Fucking damn it. All right, I think that's everything down here. Everything in the mine. Well, that sucks. Kind of, no fast travel point here? Here? Rods, there's no fast travel point here. Put it right here, though. Nope, can't put a pin there. Put one there. Let's put the green one there and try to get to it from here. Mapping that out. What are we working with? I can climb to that. Get over there. Let's do that. Stop climbing this one. We'll go climb the. Oh wait, there's a hot air balloon over here I can use. The hot air balloon to get high enough to just glide to that thing. Waste a bunch of material. Oh. Get us high enough. Little rockets give us a nice boost to get us going. I hope. Hit over there, I hadn't got to. Oh, it's right on the edge. Oh, almost landed on it. I don't even know how to begin to get to this one. Last one I need to map out this area. So let's pin on that. Teleporting. Fast travel around and open this stuff up. Hot over here. Fireproof gear. Oh. All right. kind of see in this area because I've already lit up a bunch of it. Spot I can't see. There's a Lino I can farm at this one. Mark him. Go. Final farming spot. But we're not going to him right now. We're going over there into that hole. High enough to get over top of the thing. That one's actually touching the tree. Less chance of me accidentally falling. That it? Something here. Yeah. Oh wow, there's way over there. Shit. Hell of a field of view. I wonder it doesn't look bright from here. Right there. Like it's in an abandoned mine. Alright, that opens this up. Down here. Something big down here. Gotta be a reason it was off by itself. Let us investigate what this is. Holy snapple! Alright, we gotta even the playing field a little bit, guys. Excuse me. Better weapon, better weapon. Get y'all to... Damn it! Of course he dodged. Get y'all to fight amongst yourselves. Let's hit the big one. Go, just a few of those. Let them fight it out over there. Yeah, there we go. Let's cause fucking chaos. What the fuck? God damn it. All right. Fucker. Damn it. Fight it out for a minute. You know what? Instead of watching, make them hurt. What? Gotcha. Of course you blocked. What the fuck? Come on with that headbutt bullshit. Ah! Alright, that's got to go, man. Okay. I kind of dropped into the thick of it with this one. Came out on top, though. Alright, what else is down here? Gotta be something good down here if that all that shit was guarding it. What do you think it is? Something to break the stuff with. Oh, it made an axe. Not just a thing. Trying to make an axe. I was trying to make a stone club to smash rocks with, but axe will do. Neat. What do we have here? Trousers of Twilight. Link's Twilight Princess outfit bottoms. That's what was down here. That's what they were guarding. Full Twilight Princess outfit is the one I want. Over here. Nope, get down. Ooh, I can make a katana. Arrows floating around here. Oh, melee weapons, not arrows. What else? An elevator here. Oh, shit. How are those not headshots? Oh, the last one was. Better late than never, I suppose. Oh, hello. Down here? Hey, bud. I'm not trying to kill him with a stone axe. Yo, this Poe. That was it. That's what was down there? That's what was down there. Minefield with bullshit. Minefield with bullshit. Had the Twilight Princess trousers in them. Good to know. Alright. Got a way to get to this one. Like I need to go in through right. And thank you for the favorite, Mopar guy. Wait, isn't that like car parts? I think that's the name of the place I gotta take my Jeep to get it serviced. Alright, we are mapping out the underworld, then we're gonna go watch some cutscenes. Trying to unlock all the cutscenes so we can watch Zelda, Twilight, Tears of the Kingdom. Jesus Christ. Starting to blend together. We're gonna watch a new Zelda story like a movie. Just always gonna refer to the current Zelda as New Zelda. So that way is the way I'm going. Yeah, if I can build here. Oh, no tires? Sucks. Probably use the floating platform to make a hoverboard with a fan, but that where you got far to go anyway. This. Statue of Link? Of me? No. No, it's Azora. Statue of Azora. Oh. It's a forge. Covered with enemies. Unlock the fast travel point just in case something tries to kill me. And there's a boss at this mine we're gonna fight too. I had a feeling if it was like a dark section off by itself, there'd be something good here. Go. Light root dispelled the darkness of the surrounding area. Close amount of finishing this map. This is at least something. Well, check this shit out. Stop here. So lights are. You know, obviously you'd want them on a cooldown, so I didn't just camp near them and bait the enemies over to them, but something. I don't know if the game even tracks like the amount of time I currently have in it. The most time-consuming thing is just mapping out this underworld. Like, that's what I've got so far, and I still got... Like, each one of these points was in pitch blackness. I have to go from point to point to point to point. I don't like this underworld section. This is not interesting to explore. I think it would be better if there weren't so many of these light fixtures. Like, there should be 1/3 less of these. Like, lighting up one of these routes should just light up a bigger portion of the map. You know, unlocking the overworld map, it's fun to explore. There's lots to do. You don't have to, like, run 20 feet, throw something so you can see in the dark, and then run 20 feet more. Like, you can just openly stand on top of something, see where you're going, find points of interest, explore. And you only have to hit 6 points on the map, 5 around the map, and then like 1 in the middle, and it unlocks whole regions. So you don't have to. There's 150 something of these down here I have to activate. It's a slog to get through, and it's time consuming and not fun to explore. Alright, so there's a boss down here we'll have to fight. Lock this mine. Saw the Yiga base when I came in. Oh, let's see what's down here. Let's go do a little boss fight. No, I'm trying to get through as much of it as I can, though, because this is my last day with this game, because, yep, there's the asshole. Because this is my last day with it before Diablo 4 beta immediately after work tomorrow. The Diablo 4 beta starts 3 o'clock tomorrow, and it's Friday, which means I may be able to get off early if I don't have a ton of work to do when I get there tomorrow. I don't think I have a lot left over this week. I think I'm actually a little bit ahead of where I usually am, so I should be able to get off early. And I can be streaming the moment it comes out. I mean, I like the game. I'm not a huge fan of this underworld section. This has been a slog to get through. And I'm still not even done yet. This is what I've been exploring down here. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. So, kind of a slog to get through, but the main purpose I see down here is for the schematics and farming the materials needed for auto build. Now that I have the auto build ability, there's a purpose behind all those stones I've been picking up, and that auto build really does make all that building seem worth it, and it really helps the gameplay out. So that's worth coming down here for, because you come down here to unlock that. The only other real reason to come down here that I've found, like, I don't know what I'll get after I beat the shit out of this boss enough times. I have to fight him at every mine I go to. So maybe something will happen there. You can also get Link's classic outfits for free down here, as opposed to using Amiibo. So that's nice. They were locked behind Amiibo in Breath of the Wild, but down here you can find treasure chests scattered about in some of these abandoned mines that have pieces of his classic outfit in it. So that's nice. And the last reason is stuff like this. Yeah, I've marked them with that little symbol. But they're places where you can use the ascend to go back to the overworld. And usually the points where those are, where you exit, are right next to glyphs. So you can actually fast travel to glyphs here because they're usually next to a fast travel point. So you come down under here after you've mapped this out. I don't know which would be faster, mapping this out or just floating around looking for the glyphs. But there's also some bosses down here. I've marked them as I come across them, but I haven't fought them yet, so maybe I'll get something cool from them. I mean, there's stuff down here to explore. It's just not as fun to explore as the overworld. All right, let's do this. What are you doing wrong? You don't have a magic robot hand. How are you this dumb? Boss is always a joke. Got less time. Finish this story tonight. We got to run Diablo 4 tomorrow. I probably won't finish this story tonight. I don't know how much further I got to go, but my idea was to come down here to find all the glyphs because I can fast travel upward using Ascend to get the glyphs. The glyphs are basically just cutscenes explaining the story. I wanted to unlock all of those. Watch the story back to back. Watch all the cutscenes in order like a long movie. You know, they're 2-3 minute cutscenes. Watch them all like a long movie and then go fight the boss. I got one dungeon left and then I got the boss. So I probably won't get through it tonight. But I wanted to get to that point where when we go to fight the boss, we'll have all the cutscenes unlocked and we'll be boss ready. So after the beta, when we return to Tears of the Kingdom, we can have, you know, we can watch all the cutscenes in order and have like a last time on Tears of the Kingdom, you know, kind of previously on, you know, and then get caught up on the story, fight the boss, finish it out. It'll make a nice little clip for the channel. And then we move on to whatever's next. But how long have I been there? Catch me off guard. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Fighting the Ginyu Force! So yeah, you get it. Anyway, I can't believe you followed me to another mine. Honor of our Lord. I allow you to fight me one-on-one. Now you're the last thing on my mind because the end is nigh. And why are you trying to unlock the instant build ability? Like, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the instant build ability. But every time I go to fight him, he teleports somewhere and instantly builds a machine. Alright, we're doing this on the water, huh? Okay, well that's not the one I want. Wow. So busy aiming at it. See that coming. No reverse on these things. Really? How are you not hitting him, man? Your boat has batteries. So I'm gonna take this one. There he is. How time you caught up? Okay, get off the control stick. Yeah, these boss fights are basically just vehicular combat training. Ah, super. Hey, what's that thing? He's doing a thing. Oh, you've got your own little ball you can shoot. Damn it. Damn it! The hell? Really? So touching the front of the boat hurts me. Okay, good to know. Because it's technically made out of spikes. Really? So that missed. Killed by shitty mechanics right now. Because this fucking thing won't, even though it's 2 feet in front of him when I shot him with this thing, it won't, can't really aim it. He is the worst of all the powers. He's the only one I can use while I'm in a vehicle. Alright, can we... God damn it. See, he just like bounces off the ship. Even though I pointed right at him, I'm 2 feet away from him, he still doesn't hit. Like, I have to be at the perfect angle. I fucking hate him. His power never goes where it says it's gonna go. How come y'all's batteries don't drain? You can just do this forever. He just hit our own ship. God damn it. Fucking die. I hate him. He is the worst power. Steering stick got wet. Got word from my underlings. They've located the man himself. They found the Demon King. Just one more. Oh, do I actually fight Ganon down here? Why do you tell me where you're going?
What's good?
Mano. And he manifests another vehicle and then leaves. But he said he found Ganon. I mean, I actually fight Ganon down here? Can't be right. Or unless this is... Because this is a side quest. This isn't, like, main story. I didn't think you'd actually fight Ganon in a side quest. We're eliminating the intruders. Blah, blah, blah. Know where he went. I've already been there, but thank you. Yes, I know. You'll give me more schematics. Alright. What do we got? Soon, I want to figure out where to spend these fucking charges to increase the size of my battery. I've been collecting these things forever. And I've been to almost every mine down here.
Is it that lady that you talked to, the stewardess or whatever?
No, I hadn't found a single person to talk to that will offer to increase my battery. Like, I know what they're for. These robots have told me they're used to increase the power. I've talked to every robot down here I've come across. I've been to every forge I can find. I even went to the Grand Central Forge, which they kept going, come talk to us after you've been there. And I'm like, oh, cool, there's where I'll get all my upgrades. But all that did was give me a new power, and none of them have ever offered to upgrade my battery so I can drive vehicles for longer. So far, it's been my major complaint with this game is it takes too long to get yourself to the point where you can actually take advantage of these new powers because of the battery system. Every power you get, like everything basically revolves around this ability to build stuff and then drive around cool vehicles. But the one battery charge they give you at the beginning of the game depletes so quickly if you use any more than like 1 or 2 items on your vehicle. Like, the more stuff you have on the vehicle, the more power it needs and the quicker it'll drain your battery. So if you put some rockets and cool shit on it, you basically get like 1 burst from the rockets and then your battery's dead.
It says that you just go to a forge. I just looked it up.
Yeah, I've been to... Well, the forge is where you buy the crystals, but how do I get the batteries?
I think you condense Zononite charges.
Oh, yeah. Well, those make the batteries, yeah. So that's what I can do at forges. I'm at a forge right now. So that's where I was fighting him at, I think... I mean, if not, like, fast travel.
What are the items specifically called? Like, so I can look them
So
up
the one that I'm trying to increase is the energy cell. So batteries are what you can make at forges, which are items you use to recharge the energy cell. Increasing your energy cell is like increasing your life bar. It gives you more of it before it depletes. Because right now I have 1 energy cell.
Okay, I think I found it. To increase your Tears of the Kingdom energy cell battery, you need to visit a crystal refinery location. There is one in the southern portion of the Great Sky Island next to
Oh, they're on the Sky
Natsuya
Islands.
Shrine.
Okay, they're on the Sky Islands. I haven't done much Sky Island shit. I mean, I've been to.
However, the best option is the one near Lookout Landing, as it is your main hub for most of the campaign. Simply check the northern entrance of Lookout Landing to find a rock formation, then use your ascend ability to reach the top.
Yeah. I haven't fucked around much with the Sky Islands. Okay, so that's the purpose in going to those Sky Islands because there's never anything up there. The few islands I've landed on have been mostly empty. Had a few enemies to fight in a treasure chest. Like there've been basically nothing up there. I guess I just hadn't landed on the right one yet. I just thought they were little challenge islands. See, that's the problem. Is the new areas. I thought everything was kind of focused on this underground since it's so big and expansive and takes so long to explore. The Sky Islands, there hadn't been much to them, and they don't really encourage you to explore them because they all kind of look the same, and there's not much on them. They're so small you can throw a rock from one end of them to the other.
As above, so below kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, so down below is where the forges are. That's where you get batteries, and, you know, that's where your vendors are, and then up top is where you get your upgrades. Got it. That's how they've split it up. I figured there had to be a reason to go to those Sky Islands, but I figured I would.
Well, you don't even have to go to them because they exist in the hub.
Believable. These Sky Islands feel fucking pointless.
Yeah, that's what. Yep, just as above, so below. That's literally all it is.
Yeah. So. Okay. Well.
Literal sense, then you know.
Go increase that then. That's kind of half what I was running around here looking for.
Yeah, just go back to the main area and you should be able to.
I mean, I was trying to map it out because as soon as I found out you could get Link's classic outfits down here, I started really exploring them. But I've gotten most of his classic outfits at this point. I found enough of them to mix and match and at least make a version of his green tunic. I've got 2 pieces from the Wind Waker outfit and 1 piece from the original Zelda outfit. The hat from the original Zelda, which, yeah, they look similar enough that it just looks like Link now. Okay.
Dude,
I got what I
think if
wanted.
you give like Breath of the Wild Zelda like you literally just change the blue to a green color, it looks great. Like,
yeah,
it literally like
I would want him to have the hat
change
back.
is weird, but
I would want them to have the hat back, or at the very least, because his other little default part of the outfit that they show in marketing is this Hylian hood. It's usually the first piece of gear you get, and it kind of replaces his hat. It's just a hood. So he looks like that now. He looks like something out of Star Wars. I'm not a fan of it, but they could make that green.
Turn it around, rotate.
Okay, like they could. How do you rotate him? I'm moving the right stick. Okay, there we go. I gotta click it.
Press it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's got kind of a cape on it, and it's very Star Wars-esque.
Make it like
if you made it green,
you could. If you made it either green or an accenting color, like you could make it a different color and still give it like a very similar like shape to the hat.
Because it's not even the same color as the blue shirt. Which that's a version of the blue shirt. That's not the actual Champion's tunic. Champion's tunic's a little lighter blue, but yeah, it just doesn't like it could work. If I
like
would,
okay,
it's just green is his iconic color. Like I don't understand.
My problem with the new design of Link is that he looks too much like he's fucking from Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah,
like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, like it takes away his.
What am I doing? Fighting robot dinosaurs here? Like he literally feels like that character.
Yeah, like he doesn't stand out as a character anymore without his iconic look. At the very least, if you're gonna change up the outfit and give him a completely new look and get rid of the the sleeping cap and the the old 80s look, at least make the new outfit reference the old so that it feels like an evolution of the old one instead of just giving him a completely new outfit. Because the blue, the shirt, these designs, all that, you're right, it feels like Horizon Zero Dawn or any other modern day generic outfit. Like Link just doesn't feel unique anymore, which is why the first thing I do when I get a new Zelda game is immediately plug up my amiibo, or in this game I was able to just explore and just find classic Link outfit. Because, sorry man, that's his outfit. They could have used the outfit, like I thought they did a good job of modernizing his outfit in the Dynasty Warriors spin-off game, like what the Dynasty Warriors devs did with his outfit to try to bring it modern, like they did their own take on it.
Honestly,
he's wearing the champion's tunic in that with his green outfit, but he's not wearing the shirt as a shirt. He's got it kind of tied around his neck as a scarf. And he's got pieces of the armor over top of the this onesie that he's wearing. So it looks like an upgraded version of that thing from the 80s, and it looks cool. It's still his iconic look, but it makes a little more sense. He's got some fucking gear on, he's got some armor on, he's got this cool scarf look. Like it's look that one up. Look up Hyrule Warriors and check out the just fucking cover art from it. Like that outfit. Why is that not in the game? That one's my favorite of his more modern day takes on this classic outfit.
Of the modern day interpretations, I'll say this is the best. I still think they could do better.
Yeah, they could probably do better, but that one wasn't. But that's the ironic part, is that's the one that wasn't made by Nintendo. Some more of these.
Honestly, if
Big
I had
batteries.
to choose between like the Breath of the Wild one and this one, I think this one would look better.
Yeah,
Like the one you're talking about. Like,
yeah. I think that's
I
think that's a good blend of, because you can keep everybody else in Hyrule. Like I like Zelda in Breath of the Wild. Like I like that blue look on her. A lot better than her formal dress. And the fact that all of the soldiers wear it, that's the problem, is like everybody in this game wears that. A version of that tunic. So like all the soldiers wear it. It's like the uniform. You could still have them be the uniform, but Link stands out because he took the uniform and decided not to wear it the proper way. He just put it on over his classic clothes as a scarf and is wearing all that other stuff. Yeah, and it would make sense and it looks fine. Oh, fuck. That's what I would have went with. Like, I think that one fits this game. All right. So let's go find this place to upgrade now that I bought a ton of this
honestly,
shit.
I think, I don't know. The genericness of the outfit might kind of be the point.
Yeah, I don't understand. If that is kind of the point, my question then becomes why?
Because of the armor customization system, you now build your own character up and can make Link look like the perfect endgame warrior that you want. But the problem with that then becomes shit breaks all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't get to have this
Yep.
definitive look for him. You're constantly changing your armor and your outfit.
Or
You
you're
can
always wearing the worst shit that you have so that you can save your best shit for bosses.
Or you're taking your time farming materials to keep upgrading that armor so it's actually wearable.
You can't
I
even
like-
fix weapons and armor?
Weapons, no. Armor doesn't break. It's just it's a pain in the ass to upgrade. Like armor you keep forever. But the problem is
okay. Well,
yeah,
then,
armor
I can
you
see
keep
armor
forever,
work.
and you're swapping it out constantly because armor has a special property. So when I go to Death Mountain, I'm in the volcano, I got to put on the fireproof gear. I'm in the mountains, I got to put on the warm gear. If I'm climbing, I got my climbing gear. If I'm in the desert, I got the sun gear to keep me cool. Then there's the standard armor, which has one extra point of defense, but like that should be buffed. Just one extra point of defense over regular shit armor. Like these numbers next to them are the defense, and you can go see fairies and increase that number because they all basically have a base defense of 3. So you end up picking one that you want to stick with and then swapping out later. But I would love if you could combine armors, so then you could have like the shoulder pads and stuff that's armored from the soldier's armor over top of Link's tunic, so that you can kind of build. So that as your armor gets stronger, Link, you can keep the look you want, but you upgrade it with pieces you want. So then if you want
This would
that
have been a
champion's
cool idea
tunic
to
look,
upgrade the armor system from the original Breath of the Wild and make it more.
yeah, there's
Different.
better stuff than just carrying around preset armors. Like I would have loved to especially since the whole
Or like
focus
a
of this.
Fallout 4 style, but like, you know, the modded version of Fallout 4.
The
'cause
whole
they fucking-
purpose. Yeah, you can buy whatever you want there, Cena. The whole purpose of this version of the game, since we're coming from Breath of the Wild to this, the whole purpose of this version is fucking gluing shit together to make new shit. That would be perfect for the armor, to find some cool, you know, bulky piece of armor, like the knight's armor, and then you start
I thought this was about to
ripping.
be some giant fucking rip on the game, dude. Like, on God, the way you started that, I was like, damn. I don't know why, but it just sounded like you were about to tear into the game. But no, that's like an actual fair criticism. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, it would be the perfect excuse to have Link take parts from other armors and have you know, fucking fuse armors together. I can fuse weapons together. I can fuse shit to my weapons. To have him do it with armor, so then when you get Link's classic tunic, you can fuse it with, you know, the soldier's armor. And now he's wearing the classic tunic, and it's got these shoulder pads on it, and it's got armor over top of it, so you're wearing an armored version of it. Fuck, the enemies do it. The enemies will be wearing rock armor and like stuff that they've fused together that you have to knock off of them. That's a new feature in this game. Link doesn't do it. Like, you could even do Link with his classic armor, his classic tunic, fuse it with the champion's tunic, and then get a blue version of the classic tunic, which is
Or a green version of the
I
new
say a blue version of the classic tunic. That's a direct reference to the original game. In the original game, you start off in a green tunic, and as you upgrade Link's armor in the NES game, it goes from green to blue to red. That's all it does is palette swap it. That's how you know the strength of your armor.
Went to white.
Yeah, white was the highest. There is a red version in one of the games, but that would be a direct reference to fucking the original Zelda, the fucking multicolored tunics. It's just such a missed opportunity. Just missed opportunity.
This whole game feels like a fucking missed opportunity. Like,
It's a lot of a lot of ideas that
it's
feel
not like it's not going to be remembered. This game feels like it's going to be praised in the now and forgotten within 5 years.
Yeah,
and everybody's going to be like, "Man, it doesn't like, you know, it's
because you can't.
It's more Breath of the Wild. And I like that, but
because you can't trust reviews for Nintendo games at launch, and that's the problem. Because everybody's going to praise them as the best thing since sliced bread, and then after everyone's played the game and the Nintendo fanboys have moved on to the next thing, then people will start being honest about it. And what's going to happen with this game is it's going to get 9 out of 10s. It's going to get 9 and 10 out of 10s. It's going to get your usual because Zelda. But the honest reviews will come later when people go, it wasn't as good as Breath of the Wild, but it was still good. And then the criticisms will start to come out. They'll still like it. I still like it. But they'll start saying the stuff that I'm saying now, and they'll start being honest. But that's not going to come for 6 months to a year after the game launches, because Nintendo fanboys are a fucking cult. And they can't admit that their thing isn't perfect. So once they've beaten the game and they've moved on, and regular people start to talk about it without them drowning them out, then you'll start to get that honest feedback. All right, they said lookout landing.
there's like a thing that you can like use your like ascend ability to go up.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
It might be that tower
This,
right there.
yeah, I think it's this thing in front of me. I haven't even like explored to see what this is. This looks like technology of some kind. Yep, and there's a thing on it. Hyrule Castle Tower Ruins. What do you say? This is probably it. This is a crystal refinery. Yep, the refinery's right here. I don't even need to go up.
I get the.
Get
We're probably
producing.
supposed to.
To produce
Like,
10 energy
find-
cells will require 1,000. Oh my god, look at that. Look at how much I've been not upgrading the whole game because I just didn't see this here. Jesus Christ. I just went from 1 energy cell to like 5. I just...
Well, now you're gonna be goated with the sauce at this game, so you know.
Yeah, like this is what you need to make the vehicles actually usable. Now I can actually use vehicles. Energy well times 10. I just made it 10 times higher. Look at that. Jesus Christ. And that's still only half its max capacity. Wow. This should have been in the town. So that when you discover this town, instead of being right outside the wall, it should have been one of the vendors in town. Because they give you a whole tour of the town to show you vendors you're never going to use, like a cooking station. Stuff you already learned from the first game.
Oh, wait. Hey, do you have the dye lady? Could you dye the classic outfit blue if you wanted?
I know you couldn't dye them in Breath of the Wild. Maybe in this game.
You should see if
I
you can
doubt
dye the classic, like the armor that comes with the game. See if you can dye that shit green. I want to see what it looks like green.
Okay. Oh. Hmm.
Yeah, I'll read your side
'Cause I
quest
can
stuff later.
I could see that you can dye the hood from like the picture, but I don't-
Yeah, most of the vendor gear in the game you can dye, but like special gear that was tied. I don't know, because in this game, because the classic outfits in this game aren't tied to amiibo. In the original, you couldn't dye any piece of clothing that was tied to an amiibo, and the only way to get his classic tunic was from scanning whichever amiibo version of the classic tunic you wanted. So if you wanted his tunic from Twilight Princess, you had to scan the Twilight Princess amiibo, 3 times, because it only drops 1 piece of gear. And even then, it's not a guaranteed drop. It's like a loot box. I mean, you can scan it as many times as you want. So it's not like you're paying for it. I mean, you paid for the amiibo, but you're not paying for, the loot boxes. But you can scan your amiibo once per day. The 24-hour cooldown. And it drops a treasure chest, which I think I'm actually about to do it now, because I haven't scanned them today. So you can scan them once per day. Joy-Con's out, because my wired controller doesn't have an amiibo reader on it. Come on, pair with the system. Oh, there it goes. So, then I pull up my amiibo, and let's scan Toon Link.
I'm just saying.
Yep. It drops items out of the sky, and that's what it does. And drops you some food and stuff, some crafting materials, and then a treasure chest,
the main
which
thing that I've
may or
seen
may not. Yeah,
is
it
you get
didn't have his stuff. Damn it! I wanted his hood. I'm missing one piece to complete the Wind Waker set, and it didn't drop, so I can't scan it again until tomorrow. But this game actually has the classic tunics in treasure chest in the underground section. So if I explore the whole underground section, I might just get all the tunics for free anyway. But I'm gonna go ahead and scan all my
the
amiibo
main
now.
thing that you get out of the boomerang or out of the amiibos specifically
is the
is
tunics.
no, because now you can get the tunics underground, so they're not the main thing anymore. It is glider skins.
Oh yeah, I've gotten a few of those already.
Those
I
are the
haven't
ones
even
that are
found them.
usually locked specifically,
So that's their whole purpose here.
or not, or they're just like basically because I don't know.
I mean,
pretty
I've
sure.
gotten the Wind Waker one, but I don't know if you can even get those in the wild in the game. Because I've gotten these two in the game. The fucking Hylian Hood one I got in the game. The Princess one I got with the Zelda Princess amiibo. And the Red Lions was the Wind Waker one. But there are some in the game, but I don't know if these are specific. I don't really give a shit about those, though. I don't give a shit about glider skins.
And honestly,
I feel the same way about those as I
you're
feel
using
about...
a modded version of the game, right?
Oh, there definitely will be. Already.
Oh, well, I'm surprised you have it because there's people who have already. I'm pretty sure like all of the Breath of the Wild mods got converted pretty fast. So like all of
Probably.
those mods that you can use to like break the amiibo functionality.
Yeah, it's the same engine and everything, but I'm actually playing on a Switch and not on an emulator, so I can't mod with this version. I'll usually play it through at one time vanilla on the actual Switch, and then when I want to play around with mods, and then I'll download the emulator version and play that. But the emulator versions are always really crap for performance when they first come out. Like even right now, the game chugs along. It's got visual glitches and stuff, and they work all that stuff out later. So if you want to play it and get the proper experience when it first launches, play it on an actual Switch. If you want the mods and all that cool stuff later, all right. See, here's his.
Why is everything rusted?
That's the gimmick for the game. It's explained in like one line of dialogue. Well, it's not really explained. They just said, "Hey, ever since Ganondorf showed up, you know, ever since the event at the beginning of the game that set the story in motion, when Link wakes up and starts exploring the world, every town he goes to says, ever since that happened, every weapon has become degraded." And only the weapons, which makes no sense because buildings that are made out of metal and the same material that the weapons are made out of didn't degrade. It's just specifically weapons. But because some magic, it's all just an excuse to make you use the fuse system in order to make your weapon stronger, because you're never going to get strong weapons off the ground anymore. The closest you can come is from Amiibo. See, I just got a broadsword that's not degraded, and I got it from an Amiibo. So there you go. There's a perk for Amiibo, I guess. You have a chance of getting a non-degraded weapon. But the purpose is to, because the weapons suck, you now have to fuse stuff onto the weapons, because that's the whole gimmick on this game. It's shoehorned in, and they shoehorned a way in for you to force you to use it. So that's the gimmick.
You got a fucking jewel.
Yeah. Sometimes you get, well, has it not been 24 hours with that one? Okay, I'll set that to the side. And the Guardian ones from the main game don't give you shit now. Because they're from the Guardian amiibo that were the Breath of the Wild specific amiibo from the Breath of the Wild pack. They don't do shit now.
I know one of them is still supposed to give you like a fucking Ponyta.
Okay. Goes to break. There we go. I don't want to fucking damage my weapon, break my weapon opening boxes. Metal boxes will break your weapon. I can just do that. Oh, what was in it? Just arrows? Okay, so what was in... Alright, I just scanned the Guardian amiibo. And a rusted shield.
Wow. It's not even a good shield either. It's literally shit.
Yeah, it's literally shit. It's one of... Alright, let's try the champions. Which are the champions from the original game that aren't in this one. Alright, that was the fish lady, so it drops fish. And probably a rusted version of her weapon. In the original game... Oh, it actually a non-rusted version. Cool. It would give you their weapons. Their champion weapons, which is what this is. The last time I scanned it, it gave me a rusted version of the champion weapon, which makes no sense because why would their weapons be degraded? I literally brought them with me. You know, they're supposed to be special, but sure. Okay. This was the bird guy. He's supposed to have a bow. Unless they give him some new items. Yep, there's his bow. Wow, they made him weaker, though. Got a zoom feature on it. It's like a sniper's bow. The arrows go further, I guess. Something. Here is the Gerudo lady. Raw meat. She dropped me. And if you check, hold on, I'll put, if you check my my link tree, Sammy, it's got all the platforms I stream on it, so you can pick the one you want to watch me on. All right, there's her sword. What is it, 17? Axe for it. Well, good. At least I'm getting good base weapons to fuse stuff with that aren't like 5 and 6s. Because you can get items now that make a lot of these weapons stronger than the Master Sword was in the original game. The Master Sword was 50 in the original game, 50 attack power, and that was like the strongest weapon in the game after you upgraded it. Yep, I got a rusted version of the champion weapon. I just got the last champion weapon was a rusted version. It did, so I don't want it. But you can fuse stuff to them now that'll make them more, that'll make them stronger than the Master Sword was. Like, let's do this scimitar, which is 17. What's the strongest fuse material I got? That's 31, 24, 13, 32. That's 31, 30. 22. Eight. Back power by fuse power. Well, there you go. The Gibdo bone, but it breaks after 1 or 2 hits, so you'd have to. Fuck it. Yeah,
oh, you
so
got the Bokoblin amiibo, bro? You gotta have the Bokoblin amiibo. Like,
don't have that one. I couldn't find it anywhere. I guess I can order it online, but I was actually buying them when the original game came out. I was actually buying them from physical stores. But yeah, see, I can combine this, and look at that. It makes it, Jesus, an attack power of 97, and then we double. Oh, attaching a material greatly enhances the material's power, but doesn't add much durability.
oh,
It doesn't
speaking
matter.
of which, the
Wow.
Bokoblin's on sale.
Yeah, so non-rusted weapons, fusing things to them doubles the power of the thing you fuse to it. Damn, that just became a... I mean, it's 1 hit for 97. I wish I could do something to increase the durability now. Let's, yeah. Then let's fuse something to this that won't break in 1 hit. Wait, it... 1 enables quicker charged attacks. Oh. Yields a high attack power when it gets wet. Oh, they each have their own thing. Okay. Wow, that was a good...
Does it break both of the items when
No,
you hit
it,
with it?
no, it breaks the thing you fuse to it. So after that breaks, I'll fuse something. I'll swap weapons and fuse something else. I mean, it hits hard, and it usually, but the thing that I specifically use to fuse to it, that's how that item works. Creepy Bone, attach it to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power, but it breaks easily due to its odd shape. So it'll give you this huge attack boost, but it's usually only good for 1 or 2 hits.
Too bad you can't just fuse over and over again. You have to do it
Yep, I'd have to go through this menu.
at a
So
time.
it's even worse. So if you were to try to do
I
it
think-
during a boss fight, you would have to go into this menu, select this, hold it, so that when you exit the menu, Link is holding it in his hands. Drop it on the ground. So you'd have to press another button to drop it on the ground. Then pull out your power and try to fuse it, all while being attacked. So it's not really... You could do it during a boss fight, but it's not really worth the amount of trouble you do to do that every 2 hits. Like, you'd have to hit him twice, back off, find a safe place, go through all that shit, do it again. Yeah. But let's fuse a shield to a shield. Double shield power, baby. Break 1, I'll still have another behind it.
Damn,
Yeah, it's kind of...
that's OP.
That's how you can double your shield power.
Bro, imagine if you tried parrying with that thing. Ain't no way.
Oh my god, now you're in this town? You weren't here earlier. Well, good. I've been looking for you. Now I can upgrade all my fucking inventory slots. Yes, increase my shield stash. I just don't have enough spots for that.
Oh damn, you've been fucking saving mats. You've not came back to this uptown like once, have you?
No, I've been exploring the underworld forever. That is pretty much all I've done is explore the map. That's usually the first thing I do in a Zelda game, so that when I'm ready to actually play the game and go beat the game, I don't have to get sidetracked with anything. I can just, boom, just breeze through it because I've got everything I need. Because I hate getting halfway through a dungeon and realizing I've ran out of mats or I've run out of stuff and I have to leave and go farm stuff and then come back. Yeah, like, I hate doing that. So I'll just do this. I'll just make sure I'm fully prepared to play through the entire story without any interruptions. Plus, it's easier to play for 15 minutes when I'm just exploring and not doing a dungeon. Because I'll play on a break at work or on my lunch break or something. So that's easier to do in small doses when I'm on the go. And then when I actually come home and sit down to play, I can focus on the stuff that I want to do, like the story mode. Here we go. I think that's enough shields.
But
Let's
yeah,
do
you're gonna
some
play
bows.
the VTuber fighter. You gonna try that out?
I'm gonna try it. I mean, it looked good. I'm not. I'm on the fence about the pixelated art style.
It's weird. I ain't gonna say it looks good, but
it looks
it's
a
indie
little.
game,
It
bro.
looks
It's
a
an
little.
indie game.
I mean,
Free.
I mean, I know it's an indie game, but for as fast paced as the fighting is, it's kind of the animations being in that pixelated art style make it look stiff when seeing the game in motion. It's not stiff, but it looks like it would be, just the way that they're animated. And I get it. It's the art style. It's by design. They're kind of doing a, 16-bit fighter. You go back to your Super Nintendo days, but even back then they had better animations. Like I don't know. I'm not sure what they were going for here. They kind of move.
I don't think the animations suck. I think the style of the models suck because I think the animations look really good.
When they're attacking, I'm just talking about like when they're walking and jumping. Their movement and animations make them look slow and stiff, but then once you start jumping around with them and doing attacks, then they just kind of spring into action. Because I watched Max do a bunch of them, and they're kind of animated like not like a fighting game, like that pixel art style and the way they walk and the way they jump is more like something. Yeah, more like a beat 'em up.
Might have been what they originally planned, but honestly, I don't think it deters me from the game.
No,
like,
I mean, it's not.
I wish they had done something like that with fucking the TMNT fucking beat 'em up. I wanted them to make that a fighting game so fucking bad. It had so many characters in it. You could have just added like a couple more sprites, had a decent sized roster.
Well, given the popularity of that one, I wouldn't be surprised if they do make a TMNT fighting game.
It's gonna be an
because the only one we ever got. Well, I mean, wasn't the beat 'em up an indie game?
Yeah, but like, I'm thinking they're gonna do what they fucking did with Power Rangers, and I don't like what they did with Power Rangers. I like Battle for the Grid, but oh god, that was. They had too many fucking goddamn just Power Rangers for like the longest time, and literally all their DLC after that felt like they had to just add more and more villains. Because that's all they could add at that point. They didn't fucking put enough villains in the main roster. It felt like they were catching up the whole time. Like,
yeah.
Rita wasn't until like the final fucking DLC.
Yeah, it had roster problems. Like, they should have had a better mix from the start. Instead of
I'll say this, they got Zed out the fucking way though with that DLC. They got him out the fucking way. They put him in quick. I'll give them that.
Okay, so this might be the one that takes me up to the Sky Islands. I'm guessing that's what the side quest is. Go to Sky Islands. Stone tablet fell from the sky.
I don't remember if it's his name, but you know Zod or whatever the fuck his name in the movie?
Yeah.
They should have put him in, like... Part that fucked me up is Rita was even in the story. Like, she was a main part of the story and wasn't even included.
Yeah, like for...
Yet they included the movie Blue Ranger, bro.
Like, I do want them to make a fucking TMNT fighter, because the only one we've ever got was the one on Super Nintendo. Like, tournament fighters. Well, Super Nintendo, Genesis, it was on a bunch of stuff, but the one I played was the Super Nintendo one, but it was good. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough.
It was good enough for the time. I think,
it was good enough for the time. Now. And if they had built upon it and made it into a franchise instead of just a one-off fighting game, they could have refined, because it had good mechanics and it had a good Street Fighter feel to it, which was the style at the time. And if they had kept on going to try to separate themselves from Street Fighter, kind of like SNK did, then they could have become their own thing and it would have worked out. And now that there's obviously nostalgia for those old school Super Nintendo Turtles games, now that they've gotten that one out of the way, the beat 'em up out of the way, then they may do the fucking...
I kind of would like them to take a Skullgirls style approach. For
as far as
fighting game.
As far as mechanics and everything go, I don't know. I kind of like this.
Well,
I kind of like the Street Fighter style, but after playing, it does feel dated now. After playing Street Fighter, like I'm a
Skullgirls
so-
has 6 buttons. It plays similar to kind of like an MVC game, but I think for like a Turtles game that wouldn't be that bad because they're doing crazy shit all the time anyway.
I
Like,
mean, I think personally,
but the thing
you
that I
could
think
do.
would make it great is you can choose how many teammates you have on your team. I'd like them to make it so that you could have a maximum of 4.
Yeah,
Like,
I was about
I'd
to
love them
say
to go
they could
fucking
make
crazy.
they could make the first 4-player, 4-man tag fighter.
But that's
Where-
why I'm saying they should do it like Skullgirls, because then you can have the option and like, okay, you can say I want 4 or I want 3 assists. So like, yeah, I'll have a crazy amount of assists on the screen, but I'll have low health and low damage on all my characters in return.
Okay.
So like, it's a balancing act. You keep it as a balancing act. So that way it doesn't matter how many people you play. You want to keep it fair. Usually like 1 ends up kind of just sucking because, no assists kind of just kills it. But you can usually end up playing like 2-player and, and given the option, it's always fun.
I think the way that you also help incentivize taking the nerf to your damage or your health because you've got more characters is to make it that when certain characters are teamed together, you get upgraded supers or something that actually like has them do a team attack. Because I'd love to see the Turtles doing like a team attack. Like teaming
And
up.
honestly, fuck a team attack. Make it so that you can like do supers like over top of each other, so you can make your own team attacks. Because
Well, yeah,
then
you
don't
can
have
do it.
teams that are,
You can do
or
it
they,
both ways.
or then they look like generic. Like honestly, just
So you could
like,
do it
having,
both
like-
ways.
like
Like-
how Dragon Ball had dramatic finishes. I'd like that. Like
Well,
that's what they
I'd
should
say.
do.
I'd say you could do it both ways because that's kind of how Marvel vs. Capcom one of them worked, where you could do those team attacks and like pull out everybody at one time, or you could do level 1 supers and chain them together, swapping out people in the process. So you could use them as combo extenders, or you could just pull out the whole team at once. So you could do it both ways. Spend your whole bar and pull out everybody. Just throw everything at them. Or spend one segment of
honestly,
your bar at a time.
That does sound cool.
Yeah, have
I've
one
actually-
really, risk it all on one really big attack. Or, throw them out and then have them do supers as your way of swapping in the next character. So you start with Donatello and then boom, couple hits. Do a Donatello super and cancel out of that super before the animation finishes to call in Leo. Leo does his super, and now you're playing as Leo. Couple extra normal hits to extend the combo. Swap him out for Mikey. Couple of normal hits. Do another super. Cancel that super into Raph.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We
you
might
just
not
kinda
be
go
able
back and
to
forth.
do like. I don't think we're gonna be able to like do it so that it's like instant transform. Like if we were gonna put like, especially if there was up to 4 swapping characters. I don't know. That just sounds like a case for like infinites to happen.
Well,
just thinking about-
obviously
it
you would have to
sounds
have you would have to have something in place to balance it. I'm just kind of spitballing here, but I think the option should be there. Like there should be some kind of system in place that makes it extremely dangerous to do or keeps it from becoming this one-hit kill thing. Like the timing is so short that you never get to finish. If you're swapping out supers, you're having to cancel them before they finish, so you're never getting the full super on any character when you swap them. So you can
Well,
do all 4 supers back to
actually,
back,
no,
but you're only
what you
getting
would
part of
do
the
is-
damage.
It would function on the assist system. So like, okay, I would probably, if I was going to make it, I'd make it like Dragon Ball because I think it has one of the best like systems for stopping infinites, but it's like auto combo system kind of kills it in a way. But basically, the way that Dragon Ball fucking ends up working is that if you use a super or an assist, unless you end the
Thank you,
combo,
Sammy.
you don't start regenerating the assist unless you were regenerating it before you were like
Yeah,
doing
you
the
could do that.
combo.
That's one way to do it. There's
So
a
that
lot
way,
of
yeah, you can do multiple supers back to back to back, but you can only do so many in a combo before it limits you out, and each one
because
that you swap
Injustice kind
increases scaling.
so Injustice kind of did that. So TMNT works weird in Injustice. It's the whole reason I bought Injustice 2 is to play as the turtles, and they're one character. All 4 turtles are one character on the
They're an
roster.
item change, yeah. it's
Yeah,
weird.
you swap out the weapon and it swaps out the turtle and changes their moveset. So Leo's super calls in all 4 turtles. But the other turtles, if you do a super with Donnie or Raph or whatever, they get a separate super. They get their own super. So that's what made me think about it. I was like, well, that's kind of already there in Injustice, but you can't, obviously it's not a tag fighter, so you can't swap them out. You're just stuck with that one turtle. But the fact that they had the
Yeah,
forethought
no.
to give each of
You
them their
can-
own thing.
Yeah, no, they can all have their own super. I'm not saying there won't be like some supers that they'll have that'll be like team up attacks. Oh, level 3s. We'll probably have level 3s because that, like, if we were gonna make this, because this is all hypothetical, obviously.
Yeah, because I thought of Injustice, and then
Level
I
3s
thought,
wouldn't be cancelable. You wouldn't be able to. Change
and then
that
I
stuff.
thought of like Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I think that's the one where you can do that, where you can go level 1 supers and chain them together through all your assist characters, swapping them out as so basically you cancel out of the super to swap to the next character. It wasn't really like an instant thing in Marvel vs. Capcom, so you would start the combo, start doing the super, and before the super animation finished, you'd cancel out of it with the assist button. That would call in the assist character, and then you'd have to do that character's motion input to trigger their super. But you could do 3 of them back to back if you were fast enough with the controls, swapping
No,
them out.
honestly,
Or
I
you-
prefer the fighters system.
or
how it's
you
done,
could
or the
do-
tutorials.
Or you could do this team-based super where you spent your whole bar in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and it called all your assist characters in and did this 3-way super where all 3 supers are on the screen at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't.
So you could do
yeah, I
that
think-
with the turtles and have it so that you could spend it all at once and have all 4 turtles do their super at the same time, or do like a special team-based super. I would rather have it be a special super if you're gonna, go spend everything. If you're doing I want to spend everything, then doing that would get you a special, because they're
I
the
think it
turtles.
would
They're
have
all
to be
about
based-
team-based
it would
attack.
have to be based like on the characters, like
Yeah,
like, okay,
obviously it would be based on
like-
characters, but I'm using the turtles as an example because having them do team-based
well, like, here's
attacks.
the thing: are you going to include multiple versions of the turtles, or are you going to just include like your favorite version of each turtle? Because I would do it so that each turtle wouldn't even be like the same like version of the turtles as each other. Like, okay, like we would have like well, I wouldn't do Last Ronin Mikey. I'd probably do like original series Mikey because he like kind of personifies that, like the original like.
I don't know.
cartoon show.
Given the art style they would go with, if they went with the art style from the beat 'em up, like if they just reused that art style and made it into a fighting game, obviously make the sprites a little bigger and spruce it up and redo things, but stick with that art style, then you'd be going with that version of the turtles. I kind of don't like the idea of doing it Dragon Ball style, where there's multiple versions of the same character. I'd rather see a more diverse roster. But I do like the idea, like, because Leo's
Well, like, okay.
special.
So like obviously
in-
like the last Ronin's gonna get his own character.
Well, I
Like,
mean, yeah, if you're going to do like specific ones like that are spin-off things, sure. But we don't need the 80s turtles and the we don't need every single, we don't need original comic book turtles and then 80s cartoon turtles and then modern day comic book turtles and then Rise of the TMNT turtles and then CG we don't need each version of them.
It doesn't need to be each version, but I do think that like selecting a few iconic versions would.
But taking
Be a problem.
comic book one's fine because they're a different thing. Like the original comic book one, because that art style's so drastically different, and they were more targeted
honestly,
at adults.
don't do original comic book as a character. Do that as skins. Like that's the thing. I want.
Yeah,
to do,
I would rather
if you
do
were
them
gonna
all
do
as
this,
skins.
Do fucking skins, but
I
have
think if
their
you're gonna
base
do
characters
do
as-
separate characters, I would say do stuff like, Okay, like Raph as the Night Watchman, for instance, where he was wearing the armored suit and he used the ball and chain weapon instead. So that's a completely different character. He's using
Yeah,
a
no,
different
that would
weapon.
be
Yeah,
Raph would be a different character. Like that's like the same thing as like,
that's
the
a
last run.
Yeah, that's a justification for making. Yeah, technically it's still Raphael again, but he's got a completely different fighting style, completely different weapon, and he's wearing armor and stuff. So you could do that.
He
And
has,
then yeah,
he
the
has
last
different
Ronin.
styles. He has that motorbike. Like, there's a lot you can do with him. Like, he ties up his villains like he's fucking Spider-Man and shit.
Yeah, like each one has a version of them that went off on their own and did their own thing. Like Leo, you could do the jungle version of him. It didn't really have a name, but there was a while in the comics, and they kind of did it in the movie, but they really didn't showcase it enough. But there was a while in the comics where Leo spent years in the jungle training to be a better leader, and he actually donned a different outfit. He had a hood and everything, and he used different weapons for a while because he wanted to
If they
diversify
pulled that
himself.
from the comic, I don't know if that would like honestly, that seems like a costume referencing it, but maybe not exactly like, you know what I mean? Because like I don't
Well,
think
it
most
could
people
be
would know
another-
about that.
Well, I mean, I would love to see some deep cuts.
Yeah, but like honestly, fuck
And the
deep
fact
cuts
that-
if we
and
can
the
get
fact
get
that
the best
he-
characters,
And
though,
the
you
fact
know?
that he used different weapons makes it a whole new fighting style.
Like, you wanted a roster that has enough to where you can sell stuff afterwards.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
still want to do skins. I mean, there's a lot that you could do.
I'm already
but
thinking like
it's-
Night Watchman and Last Ronin would be DLC, or you would put like Night Watchman in and make Last Ronin DLC, or one of the other.
Well, I'm just trying to think of one different version for all the turtles because you don't want to just do Raph and just do Mikey. I mean, hell, there's two for Mikey. You could do Last Ronin and you.
I thought
could
we
do-
weren't spoiling that, but okay, yeah, no,
You had
My
already
bad.
said it out loud. You had already,
I didn't say Mikey,
you did. It was the first thing you said.
did I?
You said Mikey is Mikey's Last Ronin, and I was like, oh, okay, we already pulled that.
My bad. I afterwards I was trying to keep my bad. No, I didn't mean to. Like, that was actually just entirely.
That's why I said it. But you could also do Party Mikey, where he's wearing the foam version of his own face.
that's a costume, definitely. Like, and that could just be for all the turtles. Like, you could just make the cost like that's the thing. That's the reason why I think a TMNT fighting game could work, because all you have to you can take the base model for like most of these characters and just use them. Like, literally, like, you make one style of turtle, you can make all of the styles of turtle. Like, you can just make skins for all of them. And that's why I don't think there would be a problem with making all of the turtles different characters.
Just like
Because
you could do two different
You
versions
could
of.
just copy them, except for like Rise. Rise is like the only
mean,
one where they
there's-
change them enough to be different.
There's a number of different ones where you could like do multiple versions of a character. Like you could do multiple versions of April. You could have the reporter April, because there's been two versions of her, even in the cartoons, not just in the comics. There's reporter version of April with the yellow jumpsuit and the one that they used in that game. And then there's Ninja April, where she was never a reporter and she just did ninja training. So she's got the jumpsuit on and everything, and she's got her own fighting style. I did
Okay,
not
like-
read what it wants me to do.
Obviously, Shredder's got to be in the game.
Yeah, and then you could do Shredder, and then Super Shredder. There's two versions of him.
No, Super Shredder's DLC character, definitely.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that's separate character stuff. I'm not talking about outfits. There's a lot of different ways to do outfits. I'm talking about you know, actually making them separate characters.
Oh yeah, actually separate characters. Like, okay,
Because there's
like
Shredder and Super Shredder, and then same thing with Baxter. There's human form Baxter, and then or there's mutant Baxter, and then yeah, like there's been several different versions of Baxter. Same thing with Bebop and Rocksteady. You could have human
honestly,
form, and
I'd like to do more like Bebop and Rocksteady. I'd like to do them kind of more styled off the cartoon. I think that's where they're most famous from. That's where
yeah. But
yeah,
they
like,
do
make
have
them
human
kinda
forms.
The cartoon. Oh, they have human. Man,
Yeah,
but why?
have
Why
human
make?
forms.
Why even include that though? That seems like
I
nobody
mean,
knows
if,
that.
if
Like,
you're just trying to, I mean, they were the human form in the cartoon for like half of the first season back in the 80s. I don't know about the other cartoons, but their original introduction had them as just like lackeys, and then they turned into Bebop and Rocksteady later.
Yeah, but like they're not special if they're just lackeys. So like just yeah, Bebop and Rocksteady.
Well, I mean, foot
Like,
soldiers are just lackeys, but you
we
want
have
the,
like
but you
15
do
forms
want.
of Baxter Stockman to get through. Honestly, like
You don't have to do every one, but it'd be a nice little nod. Or
well,
you
we
know,
gotta
I mean,
at least. I
foot
want to include
soldiers
the
are
fly version
lackeys.
and the robot version at
I mean,
least of Baxter
but
Stockman.
foot soldiers are lackeys. But you're gonna want to play as a foot soldier. You
Oh,
you
no,
don't need every
you-
version of them,
You
but just
wouldn't do
having
a foot
generic
soldier,
foot soldier.
You do like Foot Clan General or something.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
make,
yeah.
a
Like
boss
generic
character
foot
version.
soldier that covers them all. You know, like you only play as one, but it kind of incorporates stuff from all of them. Like you do a universal foot soldier.
Or you could do like 2 or 3 Foot
How
Clan
have I not
soldiers.
done this one?
Honestly, I wouldn't even mind it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
in the
Hold
original,
on.
the different versions of foot soldiers were just palette swaps. That's
We
not
need
interesting
one
enough
weird
to make.
pick. We need one weird pick. What would be your weird pick that, like, it's weird just because it's weird, not because you think it's just because it's weird. Like we're just adding it because we're probably not going to ever.
Does
plan
it
on doing
have
the
to
DLC.
be? Does it have to be from something specific or from anything Turtles? Because if you're doing a nod to the original Tournament Fighter, you do the shark guy. That's the only thing he was ever in. And he's fucking weird. Like, he made no sense. Just the human shark. Like the street shark. Because that, was
We'll
that
do
was
2 then,
Ninja
because
Turtles.
Honestly, you're
that
right.
was
We do need a reference to the original game.
because that was
You're
Ninja
right.
Turtles making fun of Street Sharks. Because Street Sharks was trying to be a ripoff of Ninja Turtles at the time. So they were kind of like,
So we
fuck
could
you
either do
to the rebels.
Street Sharks or the lady who's like under Shredder in that game.
Because
And we
there's
could
some
include
there's a
her,
lot
'cause
of weird stuff.
She's
from the
not in a
comics.
lot of stuff, and the shark guy's kind of weird. I think we could get I don't remember her name, but the lady who like kind of takes over as Shredder for the Foot Clan after he dies or whatever.
Kayari, yeah, she
Yeah,
definitely
you could-
has to be a character.
You could add her instead of doing the shark guy, and it would still kind of be a weird pick because she's only been in like 3 of the shows.
Well, she's been in some of she's been in some of the movies. She was in the 2007 animated movie too. Because Shredder's
She
dead in
was?
that. Yeah, because Shredder's dead in that. She's leading the Foot Clan. She actually helps the Turtles at one point. She got like a cameo role. It's not a,
Oh,
full-fledged
okay.
role.
Well, yeah.
but she's in it. She has one fight scene in it where she helps him out, and then it was just kind of a nod to that. But
Yeah.
if you're but if you want weird characters, there's a lot you can pull from the comics, and I'd love to see them do references to the comics as well as the TV
I'd like
show.
to do like
Okay, if you're
don't
gonna do
go
modern,
full-fledged weird, like it can't
like
be
if,
so
no,
weird
no,
that it
I don't
turns
want
off the
to. I don't
fan.
want to go so weird that it's unrecognizable. But I'd say like weird from the comic that makes sense, and it's from the newer comic. It's from the new comic run. So Splinter's like rival in the new comic run makes more sense than Shredder. And in that new comic run, Splinter was never a human. He was just a rat that got mutated, like the Turtles were just turtles that got mutated. So his rival in the new comic is a cat that got mutated.
Old Hob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking put him in it.
I don't hate that.
Cats versus rats makes more sense than, 2 Asian guys who one turned into a rat and one just put a bunch of shit on his face. One just put a bunch of spikes on himself and called it a day. How am I have auto build now. I'm just kidding. Fly it over. A fucking plane. Yeah, so there's a lot that you can pull from. Like if you're gonna go, like I think they should reference every generation of the comics so that you've got something for every kind of fan. Like not in the original roster. Like you want the most recognizable stuff in the original roster because you want the original roster to be your selling point. And then the DLC is where you do nods to everything. And I think that the nod you do one nod for each generation of fans, so every fan gets paid some respects. If you're a comic book fan, hey, this one's a deep cut for you. If you're a modern day comic book fan, oh, well, we got Old Hob in there. If you're, 80s cartoon fan, we got this. If you're, you know, Rise of the TMNT, you can pick a character from that. I didn't watch that one, but you can pick a character from that. You know, if you're a fan of the 2007 CG movie, there's some characters that were specific to that you could pick, or you could do that version of April because she was a ninja and not a reporter. She was a martial arts enthusiast. I think she was like a martial arts instructor at a gym. And that was her thing. But if you're going to go original comic, I say the robots. They're weird, but not too weird, and they're recognizable enough to be famous. Them or the Triceratons. But the Triceratons eventually made it into the cartoons, though.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know.
And they were in the beat 'em up too, the Triceratons. So they're noticeable enough. I mean, there's a lot of options. Like TMNT has a lot you can pull from. There's a lot.
Like, okay. Let's be fair. There is at least going to be 2 versions of Shredder.
Oh yeah, you're definitely getting.
Like, I just want to set a baseline of like what are like we get one.
Like
of
you're
each
definitely
turtle,
getting regular Shredder and Super Shredder.
one of each regular variation of the turtle. Like if they're like we can pick between like one of them can like each one of them can like default to like a specific costume.
Yeah. Like costumes
honestly,
you can do for all the generations of turtles. The things I'm making separate characters are like separate souped up versions. Like Super Shredder, that's a whole new character. He's a different beast than regular Shredder. Just like, you know, the Night Watcher Raph is it's a different weapon. It's a different fighting. That's a whole different character.
Female turtle that they've like added to like
I would.
Is she in roster or is she DLC?
DLC. She's not recognizable enough to be base roster.
Well, it could the story could revolve around her. I'm saying.
Yeah, you could have her in some cutscenes and stuff, and then she comes in later. But because she's relatively new, and it's the second time they've tried a female turtle because the first time did not work. So female turtle tends to be one of those fans pull away from it, and unless you introduce her properly. Because not everyone reads the comic. She's done well in the comic. Like, she's a great character in the comic.
You know what? It should just kind of be based off of more of like a comic mixed with the 90s show kind of style. I think that kind of just looks the best for the turtles like design.
Oh, I agree. I really like the art style on the new run of the comics. And you combine and I think it would complement well with the 90s art style.
I don't know what style I'm looking at here, but I like this style that I'm using for like this tier list just to kind of like organize my own brain.
Look, you may be looking at the
it says Justice League versus TMNT. Fucking Turbo. Like I think this is like a ROM hack that they have like official like renders for and shit.
Yeah, those are
like
new.
wheels.
Those are new portraits from the a modded version of the Tournament Fighters game because there's a shark guy. Yeah, it's the roster from
it uses the I think it's a ROM hack because it uses the roster from that game.
Yeah,
like this is like they made like regular Shredder and then like Super Shredder.
Like look up the oh, it's Rat King. Look up the modern current run of the Turtles comics that's going now. The IDW comic. Like that, like I like that art style. Like you can see Raph over there on the cover. Yeah.
It's
kind of a mixture between like you can see it even better there. It's kind of a mixture of the old school gritty original comic.
I think for like the portraits, this art style would be the best, but like that's the thing. I don't know if this is the style.
Well, yeah, I mean it's costumes. Yeah, like you do these as costumes, but it's a good art style. It's a good mix of the original look of the Turtles from the comics blended with the version of the Turtles that's most recognizable, which is the 90s cartoon. That's just 90s cartoon
style I think they're gonna do for the
that's just 90s cartoon version. But the current run of the IDW one takes that 90s cartoon version and makes it more gritty, makes it more like the original comics. It's a good mix, and it shows their personality. Like Raph looks gritty and mean, Donnie a little smaller. So it does a good job of still showing their personality without going too over the top. It still feel unique. Yeah, that's original. Oh, is it? When was that one? It's got the no, that's an IDW run. That's the original IDW run, not the current.
It's a weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird style for the turtles there.
That's a comic book version of the CG Nickelodeon show.
Huh.
It's a continuation of the CG show in comic book form. So they took that CG art style and made it into, yeah, like that looks more like the current run where they're all.
It's a furry. No, I'm playing. It's icy. Ah.
Yeah, like the original IDW run. You can tell by the font used in the title.
Oh no.
Yeah, those are different. So it depends on the, like they have a more hardcore. Their crossover art style from what's the one next to the last Ronin? Other side. I like that one.
I do like that one.
Pretty dope. That's a good blend of the two as well.
This looks like what the movies should have looked like, dude. Like the movies that
agree.
they made with Michael. Like, why did they have to make them look like actual monsters? Like, I thought we learned from the 37 Alvin and the Chipmunks movies.
Michael Bay never learns. Look up the Turtles, Batman Ninja Turtles crossover. The art style used in that's pretty good too. And it also opens up the door for crossover stuff like that too, because they've officially crossed. I don't know if it was an IDW comic, but you should. Not that one. Look at what's the very first one? Look at the difference in the mask, though. Look at Raph. He's got like a Batman-esque mask.
Why is it so fucking? Why am I like so fucking pulled over?
I don't know. There should be other. I don't think it's you. I think it's the website.
Being gay, ain't no way.
Look at the one that's got the number. Yeah, see that art style's pretty good. Look at the one at the top that's
like,
got
this
number
isn't
2 on it.
animatable though. Like,
This-
well, it is, but it would be like this is years of animation, dude. Like, goddamn.
Not in a computer nowadays.
Unless
They
you're
do-
literally
they
just,
do
like,
more-
using
They do
fully
more.
puppet animation, then yeah.
They do more detailed shit in CG now. In less time. I mean, you can count the veins on the Hulk in the Marvel movies, and they make that in under 2 years. Like,
Oh
there's
yeah,
yeah.
that's like the benefit of 3D models is that if you detail them, you don't have to fucking
Yeah, but they make
keep reworking it.
But they make 2D engines that do the same thing. So you can do it with 2D animation too.
yeah, but you have to use a puppet to get it that level.
Not necessarily. There's different tools, but I mean, a talented artist could make it work, and a talented team of artists could definitely make it work. And it wouldn't take years. I mean, it would take some time.
I'm not saying it couldn't be done. It would definitely take years. Like
But
a
it's-
Disney production takes like 2, 3.
You could do some. A lot of it looks like it could just be some clever stuff done with You could just do some clever stuff with lighting, with shading and whatnot to kind of accentuate some of that stuff. You can kind of fake it for a lot of.
I mean, you could get
Kind
away
of.
with doing it more slideshow
So
if you didn't fully animate it and treated it as more as like a comic book. You could get away with it, but most people think that looks cheap.
yeah, there's a lot you could.
Like, you know, you could have like
What's
you
that
see
one in the middle
Shredder
down
come up
there?
with
What's up, Jamie?
Bro,
Who you, bro? Who are you? Why are you in my stream asking me who I am? I'm me, bro. I'm Death Witch. It's on the
Hey, yo.
title of the stream. Yeah, that's kind of a CG
hey, yo.
animated thing. That's not. Hold on, go back. I didn't get to see the one I told you to do. 'Cause I looked at my chat.
This one?
No, the one you were on before, the one you just clicked on.
I was on this one.
That one, yeah, the one in the middle down there. That one.
This one? think there's just a zoom in of an. It's gotta be a zoom in of another picture.
Yeah, I want to find the original picture that's from because I want to make that my. That's original TMNT art style. They're trying to mimic right there. I can tell by the face and the hands. Like they're going for. Who's the artist on that? Is Eastman actually the artist on that? Is he one of them? Like, did they actually grab original TMNT artist?
East something.
Yep, that's Eastman.
It might have just
original
gotten
artist.
him to do the covers. I've seen
Yeah,
that.
that's original artist. I recognize the art style. I was like, that's a more modern version of the original art style. Eastman's art style is very, very uniquely him. Entirely.
Ooh.
Oh, I see what they were doing with that. Go back to it. I can show you on Raph's face. Like, I immediately see what they were going for. I'm not saying they pulled it off, but I see what they were trying to do.
Is it this one?
No, that wasn't it. It was like red on the background, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was an image in an image, and that's why I'm like...
I can't remember which one you clicked on to get to it, but it looked like they were... Oh, go back to the Eastman one we were looking at. I think that was the one you were on when you clicked on it.
This one?
Scroll down some and you clicked on something.
I think I clicked on like
you clicked on that. And you went from that to... Scroll down.
Yeah.
It looked like they were trying to do a hand-drawn version or an art style, you know, like a hand-drawn version of the 90s rubber suit movie turtles.
Weird.
Because I could
decision.
see it in Raph's face. It looked like the rubber suit face. That undeniable smile with the teeth too fucking big. Like, it was a weird choice. It didn't really work, but I see what they were going for.
Oh, I think I clicked on this. Then I clicked... Ew!
That's from the game that got delisted from Steam. I have that game in my Steam inventory. That's the cover art from that game. It was a good game, but it had a really weird art style. It was ugly.
Ugly.
Good game, though. It got delisted because they didn't renew the licensing for it, whatever publisher had. Yeah, so you got a lot of different art styles you can pull from to do skins. Yeah, so there'd be a lot of options for it. We've talked way too long about our hypothetical video game.
You know what? You could make Shredder be entirely a puppet character.
Yeah, you could do it for some and not all. Yeah, like you could do it for some.
Shredder, so that way you can have a playable Shredder and like a, you know, the goofy my minions do my bidding Shredder as well.
The problem is with all these different art styles is you have to do them in a way where when you're mixing and matching art styles for your matchups, they don't look ridiculous standing next to each other too. I hadn't thought about that.
So the game would probably need to be 2D.
Yeah, it would have to be a 2D fighter for these art styles to work.
Yeah.
Using the same
3D turtles would
you can
probably
use
be
the
shafted, but honestly, most
you
of
can
the
u-
major iterations.
Yeah, you can use the same graphics engine from the beat 'em up, but you would have to. Oh no! Damn it! Where'd it go? Okay, there it
If
is.
they were gonna do like one where they were like, they could use the engine. They probably would have to make the graphics all over again.
Yeah,
in a
you
sense.
would have to redo them to a degree, and you would have to uniform them some way so that they still represent the version of the art you're trying to represent. but you don't want
would
the
the beat 'em up
gritty.
actually work though? Like,
I mean,
they'd have to
graphics
modify-
engine.
like,
I mean,
honestly,
obviously, gameplay wise, no, you would have to like alter that to work in a fighting game. But graphics engine wise, yeah, like those graphics would absolutely work in a fighting game. Make the sprites bigger or zoom in the camera more on them so that they're bigger on the screen, and make it so that they can't walk into the background that's on a 2D plane. But yeah, absolutely,
weird.
it could work.
prediction.
Hey, diamond. Oh, diamonds are more powerful than that. Yeah, so it could work. There's just a lot you'd have to tweak it in a way so that when you put the IDW art style turtles next to an 80s version of a character or something that's more cartoony and ridiculous than the more realistic art styles, they don't look crazy standing next to each other because you don't want your game to look like a Mugen mod.
I mean, you could also play into it.
You could to a degree, but you don't want it to
what
be
you could
too
do is
jarring.
you could do fucking like you could do it based on like IDW like
I think that's
comic
the
books in
yeah. I
general.
think that's the best balancing act for your art style because that comic book already tries to do a balancing act of the modern look of the turtles with the
because they're the
classic
ones
look.
who came up with the last they're the ones who are publishing the last Ronin. They're the ones who do like
Yeah.
Sonic, so you could do a Sonic crossover. Sonic wouldn't even look that weird, and so there you go. That would be.
Yeah, there's a lot that you could do with it in IDW.
They have
comics.
Power Rangers and Godzilla in the same comic.
Yeah,
so you
the
could get them to
IDW
crossover.
the IDW art style does a good job of blending the old with the new, and not making it look ridiculous. Like you can still. They're a good
It's
blend.
They don't really have any like series of their own that are
Not super
stand out.
I'm not super familiar with IDW comics. I hadn't really paid much attention to what they have or what their library's like until they started doing the Turtles. Like they're a publisher that hadn't really done anything to catch my interest until the Turtles. Once they got the rights to start doing the Turtles, I was like, oh, okay, you guys are doing Turtles.
Oh, they have
Now you
Star
got my
Trek
attention.
apparently.
Yeah, I think the Turtles was their first major license that they were able to do.
Oh
I'm saying
man,
as
they
far
can
as
put
their-
Star Trek, My Little Pony, Transformers, and TMNT all
I'm
in the
saying
same
as far
game.
as their original content goes, like the stuff that put them on the map. Not sure.
Oh,
yeah.
that would be cool. Marvel versus IDW. Fuck doing a guy or yeah, just like fuck yeah. Oh my god. That would be cool.
Sure if Marvel would go for it.
I think honestly, the one that would be crazy to see would be DC. If they'd like
Oh, I mean, DC's crossed over with them and with one or two characters here or there, but not a full crossover.
oh yeah, no, I meant like a full crossover fighting. Like honestly,
yeah.
that would be the coolest thing to come out. Like as a Marvel versus fucking DC game.
Problem is, when it comes to media outside of comic books, they would have to go through Warner Brothers to get it. Warner Brothers is using, saving their DC stuff for their fighting games. They want control over it. They want multiverses and, Mortal Kombat.
Honestly,
also-
I would want DC to want to kind of push the idea forward. Marvel, I would assume Disney.
I mean,
wouldn't
I'd
want
love
to do
to.
it at all.
I mean, I'd love to see it because huge Turtles fan, and I want to see them do more video game stuff. They were some of my favorite video games in the 90s, man. I played the shit out of those arcade games. I played the shit out of the shitty ultra hard original NES game. They had a lot of good video games.
And then if there was just a way to make it so that, you know, you never had to renew the license and you could just re-release the game as long as you don't add any new content.
Yeah, that's where it gets tricky. The more
I mean, I'm
crossovers you do,
surprised
the
more
harder that.
companies haven't tried to do that with their deals. Be like, hey, we can't make any more content, we can't update it or anything, but we should you know,
The problem is the more
I make the game disappear, we still made
the
it.
more crossover stuff you do, the harder that becomes to maintain. That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
Because now you've got multiple licenses involved. And then you're going to end up with a Marvel versus Capcom situation. Good as those
To be
games
fair,
are.
that kind of wasn't on Capcom, that was kind of on Marvel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is there's too many cooks in the kitchen trying to control the thing. And then the things can go to shit if you don't get everybody on the same page.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. They like, I'm not gonna say that. Oh, hey, Marvel versus Capcom was always like that, because it wasn't. It's like they were working with Capcom fucking way before the whole Disney acquisition, before they sold parts of their shit to Sony and Fox.
Things
Like,
changed
it
as
was
licensing changed
Like,
hands.
Marvel is the one that made that crossover complicated and ridiculous.
No, 100%. And the game's budget suffered because of it too, because they had to pay Marvel so much for the license that they didn't, like, most of the game's budget went to just paying Disney for the license, and they didn't have a lot left over to actually put into game development. Like, the game 100% suffered for it. So yeah, crossovers are hard to pull off. Like, it's one of those things where if you can't make something in writing saying this is how it has to be and this is the way we're going to do it, or we don't, either we do it this way or we don't want the license. Like, you need to be able to say that and be willing to lose the license if the license holder wants too much control. Say, we want to use your characters, but here's how we want to use them. Either you approve or you don't. Don't come in later. Like, we want this all in writing, so you can't come in later and say, no, we don't want you to do that. Or we want you to do it this way. And then they, too many cooks in the kitchen. Now you're trying to control the thing. No, none of that. Either you're on board with the changes that we want to make, or you're not. That's the only way that you could make a crossover like that work. Like, that's it. That's what you got to do. Oh, what's the play here? Get through. Break it? Giving me a rock in here for a reason. The blood moon rises once again.
Do you have the Smash Brothers version of Link?
The amiibo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one gives you Epona.
The world is threatened once again.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was the
Tears.
Ocarina of Time. Well, in Breath of the Wild, it was the Ocarina of Time one they gave you Epona, but I think that's the one that they use for Smash anyway, so yeah. Separate Ocarina of Time amiibo. I think the Ocarina of Time Link is the one that's in Smash.
Yeah, I think it's their, like,
Default
Kid
look
Link
for him.
variant. Yeah. So they just got 2 for 1.
What's the fucking play?
I feel like there are too many characters in TMNT lore.
Oh, there's a lot, yeah. They've been around forever, so.
Like, and it feels like no matter what you would do, you'd miss somebody that somebody would be like, oh man, why didn't you include him?
Well, if you do it right, seasonal content, and keep the game alive, you could end up with a crazy Smash Brothers like roster that just goes on forever and keep the game alive by doing that. There's nothing wrong with there's no such thing as too many characters if you can balance them. That's where the hard part comes in. The more characters you add, the harder they become to balance. The harder it is to balance that roster. I'll be honest with you, I have no fucking clue how Smash does it.
They do that?
Yeah, I mean
Smash
they're
balances their roster?
yeah, I mean they're done with the balancing now, but they nerf and try. Wow, this bow sucks. In there. Oh, coming in this way would get me in there. What's underneath me? That's not how you get in there. Get my arrow back. Down the other cave, I come in on the other side. There must be a cave in the middle then. Get in that room.
Okay, would like the robot turtle be put in?
Oh yeah, Metalhead? Yeah. He's his own thing.
Well, okay.
He's got rockets and shit.
Well, what about like Slash?
Yeah, he's his own thing.
Well, yeah. No, I'm saying like, if you were gonna do like a base roster, like would you?
Oh,
put
base
Ben
roster? Metalhead definitely. Probably Slash, because they're. I mean, both of those are super recognizable, and they were in the original beat 'em up and in those original games. But you don't want too many turtles in the base roster, so I'd say at least one of the two, if not both. It's can't really make up my mind if I would want to put them both or not. Because you're gonna put Splinter.
No, we're gonna put like fuck them. Their DLC. That's what I think.
Because you're gonna do Splinter. You're gonna do. Well, I mean, you gotta have you don't want the Power Rangers problem where you don't have enough villains. And Slash is technically a villain, so you could do him and save Metalhead for DLC. So you want to do, because base roster, like you gotta have on the hero side, you gotta have the iconics. You gotta have all 4 turtles. There's 4.
Or
Then you gotta have
equipped to put villains in the DLC.
Then you gotta
put them in.
Yeah, but you don't want to do it. What Power Rangers did, where there weren't enough villains until DLC. So you want to have a good balanced roster in the beginning. So you want, because you're going to have at least 6 heroes, 6 or 7 in the base roster on the hero side that you have to have. You got to have all 4 turtles. You got to have Casey Jones. You got to have Master Splinter, and you got to have April. That's just base roster. That's what everyone's going to expect. You got to have those.
Here's what I was thinking. Like, if we had like a super low base roster of like 11 characters, which I wouldn't even say is reasonable. I think like 15 makes more sense, but you got like 4 main turtles: Casey, Shredder, April, Splinter, the shark guy, the crocodile version, like the giant crocodile, basically Killer Croc.
I mean, villains, if you're trying to put the most iconic villains to complement your most iconic heroes in your base roster, then you're gonna do, villains wise, you're gonna do Shredder, you're gonna do Krang, you're gonna do Baxter. Basically, any of them that made the movie, go in. Bebop, Rocksteady, Baxter, Krang, Shredder, all of those made the movie. All of those made the Michael Bay movie. So everyone's gonna know those. Like, if they make like that's just gonna have to be the rule. If they made the Michael Bay movie, they make the game. Because that's the one that got marketed the shit out of that everyone's just gonna know. Even people who aren't fans of the Turtles are gonna recognize those.
I also put like the robot that they meet off-world. It's also like a doctor who ends up being more important than Baxter in the main scheme of things.
Yeah, which I never saw that second Ninja Turtles movie. Was the robot in that? Michael Bay movie.
Hold on. Let me look it up.
I know Krang is in it. I know Bebop and Rocksteady are in it because they tried to put some fan favorite stuff in there because everyone complained that the original Michael Bay Turtles movie had like nothing to
Future
do
Toy.
with turtles. Yeah, like had nothing to
Professor
do.
Layton or whatever.
He's always been more of a comic thing. I don't remember him ever really getting popular outside the comics.
He's in the 2003 series where they like actually
They brought him back.
kind of write by the comics a little bit until like the end of the show. If you just don't watch the final 2 seasons, you'll have a good time with that show.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one, but yeah, but that's found a way in there. There it is.
He's part of the whole conflict with the Triceratons and stuff like that. So
Because he's the first like ally they meet after killing Shredder in the original comic. Like in the original comic, they kill Shredder almost immediately. Like in the original run of the Ninja Turtles comic, Shredder is a joke villain meant to introduce you to the Turtles. In less than 3, I don't know if Shredder even made it to the 3rd issue of the comics. Like he's killed off almost immediately. Like they kill him with relative ease, and then from there immediately go into space. And it's in space where they rescue the Fugitoid, who's called that because he's a fugitive and they don't know his name. And they rescue him. He's being hunted by the Triceratons, and that's when shit just immediately gets weird in the original comic. It just immediately gets weird. Like they do not spend a lot of time in New York. Pizza's never fucking mentioned. Like all that shit comes from the cartoon.
Oh,
I don't even think they say what city the Turtles live in the comics for the first original run of the comics, because they just immediately leave Earth and it becomes this like, yeah, shit's gonna be bonkers kind of comic where they spend as much time in space as they do on Earth in the totality of that comic run. They go to space. They go to alternate dimensions. That's where they meet Krang. They go to the dimension that Krang's from. They go to Dimension X. Yeah. The original run of the comics, man, it was weird. It's ultra violent and weird.
Actually, you know what? Shredder has to go.
He's too iconic. I mean, he's even in fucking Call of Duty now. Like, you can't not put
I
him in.
understand he's super iconic, but that's also a reason to make him the first DLC character and announce him with the game's launch.
People are gonna be so fucking pissed at that, though.
Well, we're gonna.
That's gonna
be
the
first TMNT game that doesn't just repeat the story again and again and again.
Doing that, yeah. I mean, you don't have to make him part of the story, but you got to make him part of the roster.
Yeah,
Because
like a month after launch.
No, I mean part of the launch roster. Like he has to be playable at launch. Because making him
not showing up until later.
Having him not show up in the story and having him show up as part of the story DLC later would be cool, but not having him playable in the opening roster would be a mistake. That would be like having a Mario game where Luigi's DLC. Like he's that. They go hand in hand. Like Mario and Luigi go hand in hand. Even if Luigi's not used very often, you rarely ever play as him. If you didn't have him in there, there'd be that what the fuck from everybody. It's the same thing. If you didn't have Shredder in there in some capacity at launch, it would feel incomplete. People would say that's bullshit. And then they'd accuse you of having him as own disc DLC. It would just be a thing.
And
it would be a thing.
Exactly
it would be a thing you could completely avoid by just putting him in there.
I think people wouldn't care.
I think you're wrong.
I think people would be like, "Oh, hey, he's coming to the game. You know, Shredder should have been in the base roster, but at least he's coming. At least they know we want him."
I think you're wrong. They had to add Shredder to the Michael Bay movie because they found out he wasn't in it. Like the original cut of the original Michael Bay movie,
that's the reason
did not have
we
Shredder in
shouldn't
it.
add him, because they keep fucking doing it. They keep falling for this bullshit.
There's unfortunately some things that are so tied into them that you're just stuck with them now. Like you just need to come to terms with the fact that you're stuck with them. You're stuck with Shredder. He's the most iconic villain. He has to be in everything.
Look, this is my fucking dream game. I don't give a fuck what motherfuckers want. This is what I want.
Yeah, but you want your dream game to sell so that you can continue getting DLCs and sequels. and you want it to be good, you're just gonna have to sacrifice that one launch character slot. Who cares? It's one character. He doesn't have to be part of the story. You don't have to use him. He just needs to be in there. Like, launch roster is gonna have to have, like, there's just stuff it has to have. It has to have the Turtles. It has to have Casey Jones. It has to have April. It has to have Splinter. It has to have Shredder. Those I'd say bare minimum those. Shredder is the only villain I say you have to have. The others are probably interchangeable, because there's some people who will, if you don't put Bebop and Rocksteady, they'll get mad. There's some people who will get mad if you don't put Baxter. Some people get mad if you don't put Krang. There's no one that everyone would get.
Always gonna be pissed off.
But there's no one villain that everyone would be universally pissed off, other than Shredder. Shredder's the one that you're universally pissed off if he's not.
I mean, your favorite movie doesn't even have him in it.
I'm and I'm well aware of the fact that, look, my dream game wouldn't have it either, but if we're talking about reality, my favorite movie doesn't have him in it. I've never been a fan of him as a villain. I liked him for what he was. Fine in small doses. He was a great way to display that the Turtles are so good that no human on Earth can stand against them, which is why they were immediately thrown into space to fight shit and thrown into other dimensions to fight crazy nonsense that they're on par with. They fight other mutants. They don't fight humans. That's what Casey Jones was for. I was never a fan of him, but I also understand that I am the exception, not the rule. I'm in the minority. I'm well aware of that. Most people don't want what I want. They want Shredder. I get it. I would probably never play as him, and I could care less if he was there. If he's there, it doesn't bother me. That's fine. I get why you're putting him there. I don't care if he's not there. And I think the Turtles are more interesting without him. Narrative-wise, which is why I'm like, don't make him part of the story. If you're telling a story, tell something new. I'm tired of Shredder. But I understand why he has to be there. He's just too iconic not to be there. Like I said, I'm not a fan myself, but
Yeah, no, I'm putting Kiara in his place. I don't. Yeah, that's what he's getting. He's getting shafted by his daughter.
might would work. The safe bet is to do.
Bebop and Rocksteady aren't being put in. Krang is getting put in.
The safe bet is to put
I added a
Shredder
random
in.
alien character because we need a new. main
Kiari
villain.
has enough fans, and you may get away with it because then you could play the
Casey, April, Splinter are all in the
Kiari.
game.
You
Kiara's
could
in the game.
Kiari you could get away with in place of Shredder and make Shredder DLC. That would work, but only because girl power. Like you could play that. You could.
Well, and also
could play
there's
that card.
There's not a lot of females in the roster anyway. Like the female turtle is getting added eventually, so like I'm gonna do like if we're if she's getting added,
if you're gonna
she's
go
getting added between,
if you're gonna
Robot and Slash.
Yeah, if you're gonna go deep cuts, there were female aliens and stuff from the original comic that they fought alongside. Like there were lots of females, and I think there's females in the IDW comic that work with Hob, like other female mutants. So they're there. They're not super famous.
Yeah, they don't have to be. Honestly, I'm totally fine with cutting the shark out. I have the shark on the roster still. Like, I'm totally fine with cutting him out, but I kind of also want to reference the original game.
Well, the other
Kiara
way you
would
could,
also
all right,
reference
you
it.
could,
That's why I'm like,
well, not really. If you're gonna
Triceratops.
reference the original game and add a girl at the same time, you do the girl character they created for that game. So there were two characters created specifically for that game. There was the shark guy and the girl. It's not Kiari. It's a different girl. Got her name. But she's not in any of the comics, and she's not in the TV show. That's the only thing she's ever been in.
ASKA's
Ahsoka, yeah. Ahsoka. Yep. That's her name.
Asuka, whatever the fuck.
Yep, and that's the only thing she's ever been in. She was created specifically for that game.
Huh.
I think she was
Only in the SNES version.
I think she was the yep, and only in the SNES version. I think she was kind of the precursor to Kiari, and Kiari kind of stuck, and she didn't. Like they just decided they weren't going to use her for anything outside the game, and they ended up just using Kiari instead. But yeah, she was the original, an original character made for the game
She was
because
meant
they
to be
wanted a female.
Mitsu from the third TMNT film.
Yeah, kind of.
And
They ended up,
Kiari
like-
is in the game. She's the final boss.
I don't think she's playable.
Yeah, but she's the final boss in the game, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was going with playable characters that are.
I mean, yeah, you also can kind of like reference stuff.
Because I don't know if people are going to have nostalgia for a final boss. I think most people don't even remember her being the final boss of the game because it took me a minute to remember myself.
Well, it's also kind of a deep cut, so it makes sense.
I mean,
Like,
they're going to know who
Rackham's in there.
Kiari... I mean, they're going to know who Kiari is because she's been used multiple times since the game. Like, she's become a staple character. Just like Harley Quinn started as a character on the animated series. She was never in the comics. She was
I don't
just
think
there.
Asuka needs to stay. I think she's kind of weird. I don't know why she even needs to be on the roster.
Oh, because she's OP as fuck. She was OP as fuck in the original game.
She just, I don't know. She,
She
doesn't
was the
look
most
interesting.
powerful
She looks
character
like
on
a
the roster.
character that like, this whole character is like hit you with their ass, and that's the joke.
I mean, yeah, she was kind of making fun of the waifu bait type characters. She was there to this was that era where fighting games made fun of each other. She was making fun of the Capcom character that did that. Got the girl's name. It's
Or Mika or whatever.
yeah, making fun of her.
I wouldn't.
No,
ask her.
not her. She was making fun of. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Capcom. I meant SNK. There's a SNK character from that era. That's a girl that I think is still in King of Fighters to this day, who dressed almost identically to her, and her main move was fucking hit you with her butt. I mean, both Capcom and SNK had a girl character that did that. So that's kind of what they were making fun of, yeah. But yeah, this was the era where fighting games just constantly referenced and fucking tried to roast each other with their characters. You had Dan making fun of Ryu from Art of Fighting. And I forgot who Capcom made, or who SNK made to make fun
Honestly,
of Capcom.
I'd like to pull more from the comics. I fucking think that pulling too much from the TV show is a fucking mistake.
I agree. I would love to see more from the comics. I think the comics
But
are...
like, I don't know.
I'm
okay.
that a-hole who constantly thinks the comics are better than the TV show, and I was a huge fan of the TV show, but I liked the comics way better.
Like, obviously, if we were gonna add April and Casey, I'd want their comic interpretation, or not their comic, their show interpretations.
Yeah, like I'm
I
fine
think
with
those were the best
like,
interpretations.
yeah,
of them
like I'm
in
fine with
general.
with some characters. Like I'm fine with mix and matching. Some characters I think were done better in the TV show, and storytelling wise, I think the stories are better from the comics. But character wise, I think there are individual characters that were done more justice on the television show than in the comic.
There's
So,
this one
you could
from the
kind
IDW comics called Alopex.
So, and I think that's what the IDW comics get right is they
It's
take
her.
the most iconic stuff from the TV show and mix it with the superior storytelling of the comics, so you get this amalgamation of the two. And I think that that's the right move. And I think the game should go for that. Should try to mimic that.
Like, okay, if I was gonna make this game, I'd want it to kind of be a space story, kind of set off from Earth, explaining kind of why the fight's happening specifically. It's generic tournament arc, but honestly, it kind of fits with Turtles lore. They kind of do that a couple times I've seen.
Yeah, it's
Not
been
very
done.
often. It's
been-
been done. It's just
It's been done. Yeah, it's
and it
absolutely
also
been
fits
done.
for a fighting game, so it, I mean, like, I think I added fucking Rocksteady in as like another fucking dinosaur alien character to kind of match the Triceratons.
I know it's
but-
not everyone's favorite, but I'm a huge fan of the like I don't like the let's do a tournament trope in order to justify a fighting game. That's been done till fucking death. There
would be like a better reason for the turtles to be there, and they'll actually be like.
I mean, I'm
around,
a huge fan of having one set narrative. Like, I'm that guy who's a huge fan of the way NetherRealm does their storytelling, where there's one set story, and it forces you to play through different characters to tell that story. So you get to experience the entire roster. Is, though, like, as part of your story playthrough. Are they going to be able to make that, though? Like this is more than likely going to be on a small budget. They need to make something that's more gameplay and looks than, like, story fashion. Something that, you know, people be like, oh, hey, I remember that game. I liked playing that game. So what it's going to boil down to, as far as that question goes, because you want the game, well, you want the game to have a good shelf life, and unfortunately, fighting games on the whole tend to have very short shelf lives without a ton of that story-based single-player, you know, mini game, and without a ton of stuff to do other than just fight bitches. They tend to have a short shelf life. Yeah, no, I agree. Fighting game fans, that's fine. But if you're trying to sell it to as many people as possible, it's in your best interest to do. And I think, like, the way that the thing that's going to prove this is Street Fighter 6. That game is specifically trying to put as much shit to do in that game as possible to keep people playing as long as possible, not just fighting game fans. I 100% agree. I do think that the single-player content of Street Fighter 6 is going to be one of the biggest draws for a lot of people and get a lot of people into the. So I say I like the way NetherRealm does theirs, and I'm only saying that because I haven't seen the way Street Fighter 6 is going to do theirs. I like the idea behind Street Fighter 6's thing. I prefer the idea for Street Fighter 6. Yeah. Even if they fail, I think that somebody should do it. It just needs to be. I think it just needs to be tied to a better story. I have a feeling the story from Street Fighter 6 is going to be garbage. And if you can't, like, because it seems like you're going to be able to, like, take characters' moves and combine them together, from what I've seen. Yeah. Like, you don't have to do all that. I mean, I'm just talking about the way it's telling the story. But it sounds like it's going to be garbage. Even if you just kind of did like you pick a fighting style based off of like a master, and I'm not even talking about the fighting mechanics. I'm just talking about the way the game's played, like the idea behind it. Like, I like the idea behind Street Fighter 6. I think the way that it's going to be done is going to make the story garbage. Like, if you can combine the two, if you can combine that superior storytelling from NetherRealm games, where they focus on the narrative and they force you to play the entire roster, and basically the story is one long cutscene, and instead of watching fights, you play the fights. I think combining that idea, combining that superior storytelling narrative of having a set story with the idea, I like the idea that Street Fighter is going for, where it's an RPG, but instead of fighting random turn-based battles, you fight fighting game as your battles. Yeah, combine those two genres. Seems to be a thing that keeps going on. BlazBlue has done that so far. By the way, I wanted you to check that out. Because it's a good idea. Because it's a good idea. But you want to do it. I don't like just from the stuff I've seen from the demo and from the trailers, I don't like the way that Street Fighter is doing it, where you're creating your own. I mean, it sounds like it's. If I cared about Street Fighter's story, I wouldn't like it. I don't really give a shit about Street Fighter's story. Turtle's story, I'm going to care about. Street Fighter's story, I don't give a shit about, because it's always been nonsense. And it's always been in the background and something that they never really focus on. Story in a Street Fighter game, nonsense in a TMNT game, as long as it's willing to, like. Well, it needs to. I mean, it's going to be nonsense. That it's kind of. It's going to be. I mean, TMNT's story is always nonsense too, but it's a fun kind of nonsense that has a certain standard to it. When I say that Street Fighter's story is nonsense, I mean that it literally doesn't make sense when you try to piece every character's ending from Street Fighter 2 together. They don't tell a narrative. Like, going
Oh.
back to those old games, they're just nonsense. Each character has their own story, and they very rarely cross paths. Like, it's
Well, I mean,
just nonsense.
did they know they were going to do a third game and actually continue those stories in a serious manner? No.
But that's what I'm saying, is by design, fighting games up until, you know, the modern era,
And most
the
games
fighting...
still have that, like...
What I'm saying is the stories never mattered in a fighting game. It's just the story was always, let's make up an excuse to have all these characters fight. And the story was just, the cutscenes at the end of the arcade run were just cool endings for the character that you like. They were never really a cohesive story. Story in a fighting game has always been like story in Doom. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
But
it's
the Ninja
probably still
Turtles-
gonna be like that.
But the
with
Ninja Turtles
the
have...
Kingdom, the NetherRealm
but it-
game.
But Ninja Turtles have a story. And even though some of it is nonsense, it's a fun kind of nonsense that we all know, and there is a cohesive narrative to it. So what you do is you combine the two. Is you combine
If
the...
you have a base story mode, yeah, you can tell a story, but that doesn't mean you can't just go what if mode with the arcade mode. That's
Oh,
literally
no,
what
no,
they do. They
I'm
just
not
go what
talking
if
about
mode.
arcade mode. I'm talking specifically, yeah, like you still have your arcade mode. Obviously, you're going to have a bunch of different modes. But for your story mode, if you want to do it right, you combine the two. You combine the storytelling of a NetherRealm game with the RPG-like structure of the Street Fighter game. Because I've ever since Street Fighter 6 on the Super Nintendo, I have always wanted an RPG, a Final Fantasy style RPG, where instead of turn-based battles, when you got in a fight, it just turned into a fighting game. And Street Fighter 6 gave you that idea, or teased you with that idea, because there was one character in that entire game whose entire gimmick was he's a fighting game character in an RPG. Every other character in Final Fantasy VI, this is way back on Super Nintendo, every other character in that game, when you got in a fight, it was a turn-based fight. You pick attack from the menu or magic or whatever. But when you picked Sabin and you had him in your party, his only commands were blitz and items. And when you selected blitz, you just did fighting game moves. The game gave you no menu, no nothing. It just said input command, and it didn't give you a list of commands either. You had to figure them out. And they were all fighting game moves. Do a fireball, he throws a fireball. You do a Tatsu, he does a Tatsu style move. He does a kick. He was a fighting game character in an RPG. And he was one of the most... Yeah, and he was one of the most fun characters to play. And this was done way back on Super Nintendo, which made me go, what if they did an entire game that was like this? Where instead of it being turn-based and you're just doing fighting game moves as part of your turn, we just do fighting game matches as the battles. Why not have that? And for some...
That's kind of what Fems does.
And for some reason, like, that's not really been done justice. I mean, I want to see it done properly. You said kind of. And I have a feeling Street Fighter's only going to...
It doesn't have, like, stats. It kind of... It is more primarily focused on the fighting game, but you do, like, have, like, an RPG world where you're, like...
And
you
see,
play
I
as
think
the
that's
characters,
I think
which is
that's
my
where
problem.
Street Fighter is going to mess up, and why I say it's only kind of doing it too. Because Street Fighter's stats doesn't really have stats, doesn't look like it's going to have stats either. I mean, it's going to have a skill tree and then moves. It's going to have a skill tree and then moves you
stats
learn.
Based on clothing that you wear. It has stats based on the
I think the mistake
trainer that you pick.
I think the mistake it's going to make, though, I mean, it's going to work for Street Fighter, but I don't think it would work for a Turtles game. I think the mistake you would make would be have them learn moves from different masters. Well, they all have a unique fighting style that's their own. Why are they learning from other people? You know, if you're going to do a story mode with that RPG style, the stuff they should get from their leveling up should be stats from gear and just You could have them learn their existing moves one at a time, and that can be part of the story. That the turtles are getting stronger as they progress, and you're getting to see the turtles training. You know, you could have that be part of the story. Fine. But they shouldn't have Shredder's moves, you know. And then they get stronger as you play through the story.
Well,
and then the difficulty of... God damn it! Why did y'all just let him run up to me? These fucking NPCs are worthless!
did he just one-shot you?
Yeah!
Why?
That's one of the armored ones that's got a bunch of armor fucking glued to him.
Yeah,
It's-
but why does he one-shot you? Like, damn.
Because he hits that hard.
You have like fucking 20 hearts.
Yep. Yeah, they're bullshit. When they have a bunch of shit glued to them, they do an assload of damage. You have to knock the armor off of them first. I'm just pissed at my fucking NPC characters. He ran past all fucking 3 of you and just walked up to me. I didn't even know there were any enemies left in the fortress. Didn't even see him there. And I'd been like wandering around the fortress with no enemies for a minute. These fucking NPCs are worthless.
Like, and that's another reason to also not put Shredder into the base roster. Then there's no excuse as to why his move list isn't in the campaign.
No, you don't need the turtles to learn any move list outside of their own during the campaign. The campaign can just be structured like an RPG where they learn their own moves. You can structure it so that it's structured as both a campaign and a tutorial in one. So that you're learning and then you're introducing new players to fighting games who may not have played fighting games.
What
you're
I would
slowly
do is
introducing
I
them
would
to the
do
moves list as part
the
of the
4
story.
main turtles, and instead of actually like making them learn other moves, they're learning from Master Splinter their own move.
Yeah, that makes
Like
total
an
sense.
amnesia kind of thing, maybe, or it could just be like
It can be open and
or chi
prologue.
unlocking or something.
It could be an open and prologue. Like, you can tell their origin story as part of it. Do it as a flashback or whatever. You can do that as an excuse to have a tutorial.
I would like totally skim over it and be like 4 turtles.
Make it
raised
skippable.
by a rat.
Fine, you just make it skippable. So there's people who are new to fighting games can play through the turtles' origin story as their tutorial. And people who already know how to play fighting games and have seen the origin story for the turtles 100 times can fucking skip it.
And here's the thing: do I really
make it
want?
skippable.
Like, would I really want to tell the origin story for the turtles, or do I just be like, "Fuck you"? Like the fact,
Sure.
like it's been 20 years. If you don't know the origin story of the turtles,
Yeah.
I don't care.
Fine, whatever, you tell it.
Because it's already a niche genre for niche fans. Like this
You
is gonna be a niche thing. Whether you let,
you
like
tell it because there's multiple versions of it and you can tell your own version of it, but you make it skippable. It's just like Batman. They tell the fucking origin story a million times. It doesn't matter. Just as long
if
as
it's
you don't...
important, yeah, tell
just
the
as
origin
long as
story.
you don't... I mean, it's important to the character and it always will be. It's iconic and important. It's the literal motivation for the
treat
character.
it as important without
All
exposition
you have to-
dumping at the
you
beginning
can-
of everything that you make with the character.
Just make... No, I'm not saying do it as an exposition dump. Do it as the tutorial. So if you skip the tutorial, you're skipping the origin story. Just make it skippable. It's fine to have it as long as you're not forcing people to sit through it. That's why putting Batman's origin and Spider-Man's origin in every movie sucks, because we have to sit through it. In a game, you don't have that. You can just skip it. If you buy a ticket to a movie theater, you have to sit through There's like 5 different
I think
versions
it's
of
just going to
Batman's
be a
origin. now.
skippable cutscene. It's just going to be like a skippable like minute.
Nah, I say
cutscene.
make it the tutorial. Because that's a good way to do the tutorial.
The tutorial doesn't need to. The tutorial needs to set up the main idea of the turtles learning their power, from
The
Splinter.
tutorial needs to set up a number of things. All right, because you also have to keep in
It
mind
also
that some
needs to set
people...
up, the main plot.
It has to do a number... Well, I'm talking gameplay-wise, the reason the tutorial needs to exist. And what the tutorial needs to accomplish. I'm not talking about narrative or what story it's telling. Let's forget that for a moment. The purpose of the tutorial is to teach people who've never played a video game before, or maybe never played either of the 2 genres you're blending together as part of your story, how this is going to work. how this is going to be structured. Because there's probably a ton of fighting game fans who've never played an RPG. There's probably a ton of RPG and Turtle fans who've never played a fighting game. And you're trying to mix those two crowds, you have the tutorial. And then there's people who've played both and want to choose to skip it and say, I can figure it out on my own. You give them that option too. You still make it skippable. But the purpose of the tutorial is to introduce you to the fighting mechanics, one fighting mechanic at a time. So that's the Turtles training. You're introduced. That's them learning their moves. So you're learning with the Turtles as part of their origin.
But
It
like I
doesn't
said, you
feel-
don't need to make it
I'm not done.
even their origin story
I'm not
to
done.
do that.
That's a good narrative to do that with, to make it feel cohesive and part of the story. I'm just saying that's how I would do it. You can do it your own way. You want to know how I would do it? This is how. You do that. You make it short, but to the point. So it's like an 80s montage, which is then another nod to the fact that these are the 80s Turtles. It teaches you the mechanics of the game. Turtles quickly learn all their stuff.
I'm
You've
not
got their
saying
base
there
move.
can't be a scene with the
You've got their
dojo,
you've got their
home
base
base
move.
where you
You've
learn,
got.
but does it need to be the
you've-
origin of the Turtles? No.
Again, in our make-believe game we're making up, that's how I would do it. Because it wouldn't bother me, and I think it'd be cute. It'd be a nice nod to the, you could structure it like the 90s movie and make fun of that montage. It could be a nice wink and a nod and a nostalgia trip. There's a number of different ways that you could do it. That's how I would include it, because it's cute. And then it needs to teach those fighting game mechanics. It needs to teach you how the move systems work, what the moves are, whether you're going to do motion inputs or directional inputs or whatever. And then it needs to teach the gear system, because you're going to be mixing this with an RPG. So you need to teach how gear works. You can have them train with different versions of their weapons. Have Donnie upgrade something as blah, 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 an excuse to show the upgrade system, because he's the one that messes. Donnie does computers. And then it's going to introduce you to the skill tree and the leveling system that is this RPG element. And then it's going to turn you loose and let you go on an RPG with fighting game fights instead of turn-based fights. And that's how I would do it. And I'd have that as the intro to the game. That is completely fucking skippable for those people who are sick of the origin story. I don't think the Turtles' origin story is as played out or memed by the general population as Spider-Man's or Batman's. And there's enough different versions of it that
I think their
There's a
origin
lot of
story is all we have. Like, we have like The Last Ronin and then the IDW comics. And then, like the actual, all the comic stuff. Yeah, they go past. None of the shows go past like fucking this set period in time. And it sure as fuck seems like as soon as we go like slightly beyond that, people get bored and stop.
Which is why I start. Which is why I start the story with the. Which is why I start the story with the origin story. I make the first actual mission of the game a Shredder-based thing or a Kiari-based thing where you fight the Foot Clan. And then you go beyond it from there. So they're only in the beginning of the game, but you have those in the beginning of the game because there are fans who've been away from the franchise for a long time. So coming back to this is it's like curling up with a warm blanket. It's what you know. It feels familiar. You tapping that nostalgia gland a little bit. You're making them comfortable. And then you introduce them to what's beyond. Because you're right. If they're only fans of the television show, they've never had to go beyond before. So you need to make them feel comfortable before you introduce them to Wild and Crazy. Because they're not used to Wild and Crazy. Fans of the comics are used to Wild and Crazy.
How I'd get this done. You'd start off, okay, you start off the game, you're in the dojo, okay? Master Splinter basically talking about like how you need to, you've done well, like you could even make it Leo because it's the start of the game. He's complaining that, he's like after Shredder or something. We could make it after another villain. It doesn't have to specifically be Shredder. After this great challenge, he doesn't feel the need to like everything's been quiet, he feels like he's getting soft. He wants to go over the basics, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, training with Master Splinter.
Okay.
And then, all the other brothers, as they're like goofing off, start joining in, and Master Splinter starts teaching, other bits of basics to them as well. You basically have that set up. A lot less cheesy than how I make it sound, because, I'm, trying to explain it quickly.
Yeah.
But then, basically, they get sent on a mission. They get abducted. The main plot stays out, and you can explain a lot of the shit just through interactions with the characters. Like, a lot of the backstory that people won't know. Like, okay, fucking, what's her name? Fuck, I can't remember her name.
Well, I'm trying to...
Shredder's daughter's there. She's been kidnapped. There's, like, a couple of her Foot Clan members. She's like, don't think just because we've been kidnapped and stranded on this planet thinks that I forgive you for, like, killing my father. Like, explaining stuff like that. Like, you can use just either dialogue or just show their, like, personalities without having to, one, set it up, and two, you don't have to fucking force people to understand Turtles lore to enjoy this story specifically.
Well, I'm trying to do it in a way that brings back old fans with something familiar and tells a good version of that origin story that's fun to, because you're not just telling the story, they're experiencing.
I seriously think a lot of the fans are looking for something new with the turtle.
You're still doing that, but you're experiencing their training with them this time, and that hadn't really been done in a video game before. Not to this extent. And I'm also trying to accommodate people who maybe weren't real fans of the Turtles before, but they're fighting game fans or they're fans of this publisher or whatever. For whatever reason, this drew them in. So I want to make them Turtle fans. And I want to show them why it's something to love. So you do the origin story right. And absolutely make it skippable. So if you're sick of it and you want something new, you can quickly get to that something new. So everybody's got something. It's the buffet of fighting game introductions of Ninja Turtles. It's got something for everyone.
I
we don't spend...
feel like that is the biggest problem with video games, though, that they just keep repeating the same shit because they're afraid that people won't
I'll give you that with video games. But we're not... This is a video game sequel to a game from 25 fucking years ago.
It's a spiritual successor. I wouldn't call it a sequel.
But that's my point, is no one's sick of it. It hasn't been done to death yet. Video games as a whole, sure, but this is its own thing. This hasn't been done to death. We got one Ninja Turtles fighting game in the history of Ninja Turtles games. Fucking one. So there's no way people are already sick of this. Even if you did it exactly the same as what came before and didn't add all this new stuff, it would still feel new. Because of the fact that it's been so long since that sequel. So adding all this extra stuff just becomes icing on the cake. Now, if we were 3 or 4 games in, or the Ninja Turtles had done 3 or 4 different fighting games, and this was going to be our reboot to the Ninja Turtles failing fighting game franchise, yeah, skip all that shit. I would absolutely agree with you. But that's not what we're doing here.
I think just because they play fighting games that we have to treat them as though they have seen none of Turtles media whatsoever.
That's not what we're doing. And again, for those people who've played fighting games and are familiar, again, it's skippable. That's the point.
And there's also a limit to how much it can be skippable. Is it just a cutscene? Is that why? Oh,
no, it's a tutorial. It's a tutorial. It's not a cutscene. But how many people do you know who would absolutely... In that fucking video I posted of Max, who knows nothing about VTubers and nothing about anything in that game, he skipped the tutorial. He says it in the video. I don't need tutorial. He skipped it. Some people just skip tutorials no matter what. So it's just the tutorial. And the tutorial happens to contain their origin story. The origin story is an excuse to make the tutorial enjoyable and not just a text dump of instruction manual for the game, but to make it feel like part of the story. But it's a completely skippable part because you already know what's going to happen. If you're a Turtles fan, you already know what's going to happen. And if you're a fighting game fan, you already know how fighting games work. But if you're someone who wants to experience the birth of the Turtles and who's learning fighting games for the first time, if you're someone who needs it, it's there too. Or if you're someone like me who's nostalgic for it and wants to see it done differently, well, now you get to do that. You keep acting as if it's a forced thing, and that's the crux that makes this work, is that it's skippable on so many levels.
Yeah,
that
but
it
you
really
want to make
doesn't
it
matter.
so part of the story that you either have to make it so that you can
No, I'm not
only
making
skip
it so.
cutscenes
No,
and bake it into the main campaign.
no. When I say bake it into the main campaign, I mean it just acts as an introduction to the lore of the Turtles and to the tutorial for the game. It's just something to wrap the tutorial in. But it introduces you to the lore of the Turtles just in case you either A, don't know it, or B, want to see it done properly, because the movies glossed over it in an exposition dump, and the cartoon did it as part of the opening montage. So if you want to see it done in more detail, here's your chance. If you've never seen it before, well, now you'll get it. And if you want to completely skip it, it's not integral to part of the plot. It's skipping it won't make it so that you miss any part of the actual game's plot. The actual game's plot doesn't start until after their origin story. So it's not integral to the plot of the game. It's your introduction to this world. It's all it is. I just thought it'd be a cool way to introduce people to it. And it introduces multiple people on multiple different levels. It introduces you to the fighting games. It introduces you to the Turtles. And for those people like me who would want to see it done again, but done for longer than 30 seconds, well, you get that too. I think the movies do it in a boring way. The 90s movies do it in a boring way where it's an exposition dump that actually isn't their origin story. It's something they made up specifically for that movie, so it's not even done right there. And the 90s cartoon does it as part of an opening montage that lasts 30 seconds.
I mean,
And every other version of their origin story's been different and bad. Aside from the comics, like every other visual media version, the Michael Bay movies it's its own bit of nonsense.
like, I just don't know what you'd want. Like, it doesn't really make much sense to do it from that perspective unless you're, like, if they're adult turtles still, then
I want
why
to
even
see
make it, like, the origin story? Like, just make it the setup for the main plot. And just,
the main plot comes later. It's just a setup for a tutorial, but I want to see their actual original origin story done. You realize we haven't seen that? Like, that hasn't been done. Their original origin from the comics, which was actually done as a nod to Daredevil, to the origin of Daredevil, that hasn't actually been shown. There've been everything we've gotten has been some alternate version of it. But their real origin hasn't actually been shown. I just think it would be a neat thing to do. I don't see why you would exclude it. It's been fucking 25 years since their last fighting game, and probably just as long since people saw their origin story. Since some of the people who are going to play this have seen their origin story. Because if you're someone who didn't watch the Michael Bay movies, like I know a lot of people didn't, and you're someone who doesn't, who didn't watch the new cartoons, the last time you saw the Turtles was in the 80s or 90s, then it's been 20 years since you saw this origin story. You're definitely not sick of it. It would feel nice to come back to it, to see it again. I can see why...
boring.
I can see why people would be tired of... Well, I mean, the part that keeps it from being boring is the fact that you're interacting with it as part of a tutorial. And you can, you can add some charm to it. The voice acting's going to carry a lot of the weight. The dialogue has to be written right. Like, you can make it better. You can make it more digestible. Because it is going to be different than reading it in a comic book. And it's going to be longer because it's part of a tutorial, but like, there's just no way people are sick of it yet, and it hasn't really been done justice, and you could do it here. And you can make it completely skippable so that when you start the game, if you skip the tutorial and you start the game, you're just starting as fully trained teenage turtles. Fully mutated, fully trained, blah, 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 years after their training. And then the game, and then the actual plot starts. It's just there to be the tutorial. I just think that that's a more interesting way to do the tutorial that just makes more sense and introduces new people to the Turtles, as well as introduces people to fighting games and RPGs. It introduces people to all three of those things at once, but it's completely skippable for people who know all three of them. If it's just them training as if you already know them, or if you're someone who hasn't seen the Turtles since the 80s and you don't remember their story, you don't remember their origin, you just, I don't know, it had something to do with ooze or something. Yeah, like you're someone who just kind of half knows it. Then you're still not getting it here. You're once again missing it. And I've met those people. I know those people who, I don't know, didn't they have like mutagen or ooze or something? See, there've been several different names for the stuff that mutated them. So, it would just be nice to have a definitive version of their origin story done. Because it hasn't really been done. It's not like Batman where we know his origin. It's been done to death. We have seen Martha and fucking, you know, Martha and Thomas Wayne killed 50 billion times at this point. We've seen and heard Uncle Ben's dying words from Spider-Man 100 times at this point. Even people who've never read a comic book know with great power comes great. Yeah, they're like, that's different. What am I supposed to do with this? But the Turtles, you can do it justice. And it's more interesting as a tutorial than training montage.
I mean, it's a completely skippable thing. It doesn't need to be good in any way.
I mean, just because you can skip it doesn't mean you don't make it good. You make every part of your game good. That's what good games do. But you respect that some people might want to skip even the good parts.
And honestly, if I was going to do a tutorial, I would just make it a separate mode. I wouldn't even make it a part of the campaign.
Well,
so that way you can completely skip it.
You ask people before they start the campaign, do you want to play through the tutorial? You ask them up front. Then you never see it if you don't want to. But for those people who won't go looking for it, because there are some people who will jump into the game and immediately go, I want to play the story, and will not even look for anything other than that. My wife is one of them. She's not going to start up a game and go looking for the tutorial. The game's going to have to ask her, do you want to learn how to play the game? Because she didn't... Not because she doesn't want to learn, but because she doesn't fucking think about it. She'll go, oh shit, yeah, I probably should do that. And some people just don't think like that. So you ask them up front, you want to play the tutorial? Would you like me to show you how to play the game? Do you want to play the tutorial? You can even have a little dialogue box saying, do you want to see the origin of the Turtles and learn how to play the game? It does both those things. So if you're someone new to both, you go, oh shit, I can see where the Turtles came from. Or you can go, I know where they came from.
What else would you explain by putting the origin story in with there? What are you going to explain? That they came from a fucking can of ooze?
No, it's beyond that.
They trained with a rat?
No, what you're doing is it's not just how did they become big turtles. That's not it. That's not what I mean by origin story. If you're someone who's familiar with the Turtles but never really had the time to get to know them, you didn't spend a ton of time watching the show, you've seen one episode in passing, maybe you've seen one movie, you know who they are, you know what they are, but you don't know a whole lot about them, this is a get to know them experience. You get to see them growing up and going from, you know, from kid turtles. They start the training as kids, and you see the very first time they pick up their weapon. It's character growth, and it makes you familiar with these characters and their personalities, and their differences, and all their little quirks. And it does a better job of it than the intro song on an 80s cartoon where you get one line of dialogue that tells you what the differences are. Raph is mean. Michelangelo's a party dude. Donatello does machines. That's it? That's all I know about him? Fuck does that even mean?
He does machines, bro. What do you mean?
Like he fucks them? He fucks machines? Leonardo's the leader?
I mean, to be fair,
why? Why did
Ronnie
he
has
get to...
always been the probably most boring ass turtle.
Why did he get to be the leader? Why do they use those weapons? What makes their fighting styles different? If they all learned from the same guy, does Splinter know all the weapons, or did they develop their own techniques along the way? So much stuff that you could do, other than just, well, they got hit with those. That's a gross oversimplification.
Unintegral to the plot.
I told you, and I told you up front, it wouldn't be integral to the plot. That's not its purpose. That's why it's skippable.
I don't know. I guess I wouldn't do it.
I would, but it'd be done right, because it hasn't been done right. Every version of the...
I think every version of it is exactly the same.
No.
In my opinion.
Yes, and they're all bad. That's my point. All of them except the original comic. Every, animated or movie version has been bad.
I mean, the 90s show dedicated a whole episode to their origin.
Barely. It wasn't great.
It was a 2-part episode even.
It wasn't. I mean, it was more dedicated to the villains and Splinter and setting up the universe than it was the turtles themselves. But still wasn't great. Half of it was just them kidnapping and how they met April. It was more of a how they met April kind of thing, but still not great.
Yeah, but then she had those questions.
Yeah, right. So it was an exposition dump. Like every other origin story for him. Exposition dump. You don't get to see them grow. You don't get to see...
to.
Oh, well, I disagree.
How many characters do you see actually grow the fuck up? It's not very many. It's like TV characters. That's about it. It's the only ones where they're in the game long enough to actually do that.
Depends on the character. It depends on the character and the story. And when you've got characters who've been around this long and are loved this much, that's the kind of justice you want to see done to them, because it hasn't been done yet. If it's a brand new character, no, I don't need to see Walter White from Breaking Bad as a 12-year-old. That serves no purpose.
What? You don't want to know his exposition about why he's crazy and why he doesn't accept money or help from anybody?
Because his origin story doesn't start until he's an adult. But the Turtles, their entire life is their origin story. And it's just weird that we've never seen the first half of that life. Walter White lived a normal life until he got cancer.
Until they fight crime.
They're not, because no one's made them interesting, because, I mean, the comics made it interesting. They were in the comics. They had childhoods. They had lives. They had a reason why Raph is such an asshole. They had a reason why Leonardo became the leader. They had all of that. They had the struggles of what it was like to, grow up as the only mutants you'll ever meet. The isolation, their feelings, it rounded them out as characters. Really did.
Yeah, you see, that doesn't seem like that's gonna be a good place to start.
Well, you don't go into a super amount
during their adulthood.
This again, it's skippable. The story itself will start with the turtles you already know as adults, jumping right into the thick of it with a with a mission against the Foot Clan and they meet Kiari or whatever story you're gonna do. But for your tutorial,
Yeah, but if you put too much work into their origin story, it takes away.
I'm
from
not
the
saying it
resources
needs to be
that
hours
they're
long. You're overthinking the absolute fuck out of what I mean by it. I mean, the whole thing will last maybe 30 minutes to an hour if you're a slow learner. Like, it's not that deep, but it's deeper than 30 seconds of the intro at a cartoon that says this is how we met April. Because that's their origin story episode. It's just how they met April. The first fucking episode of the 90s cartoon, which I just rewatched recently trying to get my kids into it, and I forgot how fucking boring it was. The first episode was dedicated to April fucking running her first news broadcast and getting kidnapped. It's not a Turtles origin story. My kids fucking thought the cartoon was about April. It's bad. Okay, it's bad. Their actual origin in that cartoon is done during the opening montage. So you get it during a montage. It's just all bad. It's all very fast and very bad. I'm not saying we spend hours on it, but more than 30 seconds would be fucking nice. That's all I'm saying. You're really overthinking this. I don't know why you're so dead set against just letting them have it. Like,
I think it's just fucking like why waste the resources on it?
Because I don't think it's a waste of resources, and I don't think it'd be a waste at all. That's the part we're disagreeing on. I don't see it as a waste, and I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying when I say do it. Like, you seem to think like it's going to be this big epic thing, and I'm saying no, it can be quick, but it can also be done in a way that highlights the Turtles' personality, that introduces you to this world, that introduces you to the game's mechanics, and actually does justice to their original origin. And it can be done quick, but not 30 seconds quick. 30 minutes, 40, if you take your time learning. The dialogue is well written and clever, and it's nice. It'd be nice to have. And I know a lot of fans other than myself who would appreciate it. And I know a lot of new people coming to it who are familiar with the Turtles but never seen their origin, who would go, ah, yeah, who would like it too. This is a lot of people who would like it. And for those who don't want tutorials, don't want an origin, skip it, and you're thrown right into the action with them as adult, teenage, whatever Turtles. Not adults or teenagers, but you get what I'm saying. I'm gonna do some crazy shit. I'm gonna make a death Roomba. Wait, do I have a Roomba? That sucks. Where did it go?
Am I saying there shouldn't be a movie based on this idea? No. Do I think that
I don't think it
specifically
needs,
going to be...
I don't think you need to do a whole origin movie, because more people have seen the movies than, like... I mean, it's been done poorly in the 90s movie, but... I just think it'd be a nice thing to have. I just think that if you can do a game for a franchise that hasn't been active for... You know, the second game in a fighting franchise that started 25 years ago, that it'd be more than that. That
Yeah,
it'd
but
be...
it's not like the Turtles are out of our eye, like, for that entire time either, though. Like, they're not. They've been fan favorite characters series
again,
for generations. It's
there's
been
a
almost
lot
30 years
there's
of
a lot
straight Turtles.
there's a lot of people who haven't watched any Turtle media since the 90s. Who've seen the new stuff and just not been interested in it, and a video game that's a good fighting game with good RPG mechanics may be what brings them back. And this will be the first time they've seen anything about on the Turtles and been interested in the Turtles since the 90s. A lot of people fell off after the 90s, and I don't blame them because shit got fucking gross and weird in the 90s. They overexposed the shit out of them. They were doing crappy rap concerts. Like, you just got sick of them. They were fucking everywhere. And not in a good way. So, yeah, don't blame you. Don't blame you if you fell off. But
I have
if you're
origin fatigue with this fucking franchise, and
I don't know how.
have
it's-
you watched all the cartoons?
Well, again,
Where they
no.
do pretty much the exact same idea of, oh hey, turtles ooze. They change up slight fucking things, like maybe Shredder's a fucking Utrom this time, so that they don't have Krang.
Well, then
Oh,
maybe.
man.
Okay.
So
well,
different.
okay. Well, then there you go. We're on opposite ends of the spectrum. You're the guy who's sick of it because you've been watching everything Turtles for the last how long? I'm the guy who hasn't seen any Turtle shit other than the 2007 movie since the 90s. So I'm not sick of it. And I want to see it done right. So you would skip it, and I would play it. There you go. That's my point. I watched the Nickelodeon show.
What do you do then? What do you do in the tutorial? Explain. What the fuck is the like?
You
what are
learn
trying
how to
do
play.
here?
You learn how to play the game, and the dialogue and writing introduces you to the characters and the, and the.
Is it like an RPG section that teaches you also about the RPG mechanics?
Yes,
Or is
it teaches
just
you-
about the fighting game.
Yes,
mechanics?
yes, it teaches you every mechanic in
So
the game.
It's not a
Yes.
tutorial. It's just
It is a
prologue.
tutorial. It's both. That's my point. It's both. It's a skippable prologue / tutorial.
Because when I think of tutorial, I think of you spawn in a room, you get a test
Right,
stuff,
you're thinking
go
of a
on.
fighting game style tutorial. There are lots of games who do prologue / tutorial as their way to introduce you to the game. Fighting games are pretty much the only genre that just drops you in a room, gives you a bunch of information, and says have fun, and then goes gives you text boxes as a way to introduce you to shit and has command list. You play an action game. You go back and play Metal Gear Solid. The prologue was the fucking tutorial. Characters talking to you over a thing, introducing you about how to sneak up on enemies and introducing you to the game's mechanics one thing at a time. It's a prologue / tutorial. That's generally how tutorials work in most games. Fighting games tend to be the exception to that rule.
Fighting games and Monster Hunter.
Yeah, so we don't do that because those are bad. We agreed Monster Hunters was bad.
Like, honestly, I'd say fuck it. If we're gonna do it, like, yeah, you can skip it, but why even make it anything like why not just fucking go all out and just
'Cause
tell a
it's-
story, a Turtles origin story at that point?
Because
Like,
it's a good.
if
Because it's
you're
a
already
good.
spending so much time. Like, you
Yeah,
could
you're-
get up to Shredder. You could.
Yeah, fine, whatever. Then all that
and
can
then
be
do the
skippable.
second game, then you know.
Yeah, then
and
that's fine.
where you
Shredder
start getting
can be the.
stealthy.
That's fine. Shredder can be the tutorial boss. Cool. Fine with that. Shredder died early in the comics. He can die early in the game. There you go. Fucking fine with that.
Why even completely start at the beginning? Start the thing with like you do like a cutscene, and it gives us like enough to like understand like the very basics of their origin story.
Because
and then we
having
see,
them,
like, a
all
bit
right,
of them
because
training,
because
and then
my,
we see them
because
right
my
before the fight with Shredder.
because my idea. Remember, you're teaching game mechanics too. That's why I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone here. Because my idea is that teaching the RPG mechanics, the leveling, the making your character stronger, the visual representation of that mechanic would be seeing them grow and become stronger as you leveled. That's my thought process. Is that you start as young turtles, and as you're going through training and getting stronger, you're physically seeing them growing and getting stronger. And that's a visual representation for people who are new to RPGs, that this is the thing that makes my character stronger.
Are we gonna make it like an RPG, like where you actually like have like skill points like Street Fighter, or are we gonna lax on that? Because honestly,
if
I'd
it were
rather be
my
more
dream
lax.
game, if it was my dream game, I'm leaning towards it's Final Fantasy meets Street Fighter. Not well. Okay, fine. Final Fantasy meets fighting game. I don't want to say Street Fighter because now you're going to think Street Fighter 6, but Final Fantasy meets fighting game. I'm leaning towards it being a good narrative-driven RPG style game, but think the remake of Final Fantasy VII.
Well,
but
like,
instead of the fights,
do stats work the same way as they do in like Final Fantasy, or do we need to not do we do damage stats, or do we only do status stats? Like you can,
I don't know. It depends on how deep you want to go into.
Will leave like a status effect, and that can be increased.
That's all debatable. Like you definitely want to do gear.
Like I think a gear-based system would be the way to go instead of a stat base. And you kind of just unlock moves as you level up your character.
Yeah,
not
fine,
really more
fine.
of
I mean, all of that stuff is debatable and fine-tuned. But when I'm saying like what I'm envisioning the actual game being like is like the remake of Final Fantasy VII gameplay-wise. Only when you get into a fight, instead of the camera going over your shoulder and it being a Devil May Cry style action game, the camera pans out and it becomes a fighting game. That's it. That's what I'm thinking. Something just that simple.
So just the Street Fighter 6 campaign?
Yes, but without the lameness but without the cringe of it being a character creator, and without you learning every character in the game's moves if you want on this one character you created who is nobody and means nothing.
That's kind of why I want the plot to kind of revolve around, like, if I was going to pick, it would be like the Foot Clan versus the Triceratons. I don't care if it makes sense. We need to make it make sense, because we can make the Triceratons. You can do it.
That's the beauty of an RPG.
All exactly the same, and you can make the fucking Foot Clan look exactly the same.
That's the beauty of an RPG, and why I said you can kind of throw a little bit of NetherRealm in there, because NetherRealm does a good job of introducing you to its roster of characters through its narrative by forcing you to play every character during the story. So you can do it RPG style, and even Final Fantasy does this, where there's times in the game where you'll play as someone other than Cloud, and you'll see several different perspectives of the story going on at one time, and then they all converge. Multiple Final Fantasy games have done that. So you can have a section of the game where you play as the Foot Clan, forces you to play a new fighting style, and now you get their story leading up to this point. You play the Triceratons, and you get their side of the story leading up to this point. So you're getting two sides of the same story, but you're seeing it from two different point of views, which makes the conflict make more sense. And then you go back to the Turtles, which leads up to the point where they arrive in the middle of that conflict, and now you're seeing it all play out. You're seeing the point in which all three stories converge. So now you know what each side's motivations are, what each side is doing, and why they're all fighting. And that can be part of the dilemma, is you play as the Foot Clan for a little bit, you play as the Triceratons for a little bit, and they're fighting, and then now you know what each side is fighting and why, and then when you switch back to the Turtles, you're left with the choice of which side do I help. And then you set yourself up with a little possibility for multiple endings or multiple narratives, thus adding replayability.
You know what? Fine. I'm 100%. Everything you said, but if I had to include anything, you can actually lose the fights. Every single fight. You can actually... like.
I don't know about every single one. Like, there has to be a point where you get a game over. But...
well... no, I think it could be an ending. Like if you just fucking, like, okay, like, you lose, like, the first couple fights in a row. If you lose every single fight in the game... that would
you
be
don't want
to...
I don't know. Well, I mean, fine. You can do, like, endings for deaths. You just don't want to create a situation where someone who's new to video games in general, or this style of game, loses, gets a game over, and a bad ending, and thinks that they just lost the entire game and they got to start back from scratch.
I mean, there would be a normal and hard mode. I would never do, like, an easy, but yeah, a normal and hard mode.
Some people would struggle even on normal.
I mean, yeah, there's the chance that people will do that, but it's also, like, it's a fighting game. We're giving you access to a really well-made tutorial. If you choose not to learn that, that's kind of on you.
Yeah,
If we
there's
give
some
you the
damn it.
options, it's on you. It's no
Well,
longer
there's
on
some
the game.
people who, well, it's on them to an extent. There's some people who are just new to, like, I'm trying to accommodate people who are completely new, and there are some people who are just new to video games in general. Like the entire concept of learning how to hold the controller and press the buttons without looking at it is new to them. And that's, you don't want to create a situation in which the game makes them want to quit video games if it's the first, like that's something I'm always scared of, is will this be the first video game someone ever played? Is this their introduction to video games? And is this what's going to make them never play video games again? Because their first experience was so bad. Because I've seen that happen multiple times. There's a lot of guys out there who wish their girlfriends would play video games or their wives would play video games with them, and they introduced them to something too hard they weren't ready for, that they know is a good game, that they thought she could handle, but she couldn't. Like, they misjudged it. And then their girl just got so frustrated, she never wanted to touch them again. I've seen that happen. So I just always keep that in mind. So I think there should be a mode where that can't happen. And then people who want to just experience the story, people who want to play. There's no such thing as too many options in a game. Because there's some games that go that don't insult you by calling it easy mode, but there's some games that call it, normal, hard, and then story mode. And then the description of that is, hey, this is for people who just want to experience the story of the game without.
Watch YouTube then. Don't even pay for our game. Like, if you
let me
really
rephrase.
handle
There's some people who want to experience the story of the game. Not watch it, experience it, but they want to do it at a more casual pace.
This isn't like COD.
At a not intense pace. At a, hey, I just want to relax, enjoy the gameplay.
Buttons?
Sure. Why not?
Why? That's not them learning the game. That's just them pressing buttons.
There's a such thing.
They're choosing to not
There is
interact
a such
with the game and avoid
There
it.
is a such thing as passive learning, where you're learning while doing, even if you're not actively trying to learn. Absolutely. At the very least, if there's someone completely new to stuff, I could have done it and I didn't see that there. If there's someone completely new to stuff, I need to build it so I got it in my history. If you're someone completely new to video games and stuff, like, it's what got my wife, that mentality is what got my wife into video games, dude. It's what made it happen. Now I can't get her to stop playing, and it's great. I don't have to, like, separate the two. And do you know what she learned by not... Oh, shit. Put it on backward. Do you know what she learned by just turning her brain off and having a casual experience? Because I purposefully gave her games that had that story mode option, that super easy, casual experience. Even without her trying to learn the game, she developed muscle memory. She got better at simply holding the controller and getting comfortable playing games. And we have games that have those modes to thank for that. There's no reason they shouldn't exist. She transitioned from those into fucking Dark Souls. So they do serve a purpose. There's no reason you shouldn't have them. And I'm glad Street Fighter 6 understands this. Are you going to learn a lot playing Street Fighter 6's offline modes with dynamic controls? Those are button mashing controls. The game literally picks the moves you do, even if you press the same button repeatedly. Are you going to learn how to play the characters? No, but you'll learn what their moves look like. You'll learn what it looks like when you should be doing things. You'll learn something. There's no such thing as wasted time.
That's the thing. Either you make the AI like brain dead retarded to where they don't do anything and then it feels like they're playing on like the easiest difficulty. Or you give them completely different controls and they don't even learn. Like, I'll give modern controls credit.
You
they
just
have the motion input in there.
Motion. Modern inputs are great, and they're not seen as easy mode. They're seen as an alternative way to play.
Auto combos are fucking stupid and shouldn't be put in there? I'll still agree with that. I think
I think they're
stupid and shouldn't be put in.
I think they're over nerfed and predictable, and will not be as OP as everyone is thinking.
I think people are going to get real good at whiff punishing.
Yeah, great.
And that's all that's going to be, which means free combos on auto combo, and they're going to do only 20% less damage. Not enough.
I'm pretty sure people will find ways around it, but I'm pretty sure that they'll adjust it over and over again too. But even like you totally just missed everything I just said, which is even if that's why I'm up here. Okay. Even if you're playing with dynamic controls and you're just mashing buttons. I just went over all the stuff you're still passively learning. Because remember, dynamic controls that don't make the game's AI stupid as shit because you want the player playing to see what the game looks like, what it's supposed to look like. You don't want to insult their intelligence by having them fighting a character that barely fights back. They're going to notice. You want to make the game easier by making it easier for them to do cool shit, not by making the AI so retarded that they feel like they're playing a kid's game. That's not the proper way. That's going to insult the person and make them not want to play. And I think Street Fighter 6 does it great. Because dynamic controls make it so that you can literally mash any button on the controller and do cool shit. And the computer is going to actively be fighting back like a normal person would, or at least look like a normal person would to the untrained eye, and actually present somewhat of a challenge if you're not mashing those buttons fast enough. But what you are learning, a little bit of muscle dexterity, a little bit of muscle memory. Because you got to remember, that game mode is designed for people who've probably never even played a fucking video game before. So the sheer act.
Your Tetris?
Huh?
I said, what are we designing here? Tetris?
Well,
our game ain't gonna be that damn
They're
simple.
designing well, you're designing what's known as, no, our game itself isn't going to be that simple, but it's just the story mode, dude. It's fine. You're creating accessibility. Making it so that as many people as humanly possible can enjoy this single player content.
Yeah, I think the normal mode should be balanced for, like, you know.
And my point is that, yeah, most people, but again, we're trying to get everybody. Trying to get as many people as humanly possible. And
honestly,
I've seen the power of a story mode
I don't think it'd work
level.
with a fighting game.
Street Fighter 6
specifically, I don't think it would work with a fighting game.
Street Fighter 6 has done it control-wise. And maybe we do that. We just make it so that, you know, you could have different control schemes so that they can play with easy controls. I don't know. There's multiple different ways that you can do it, but Street Fighter, I think you can hand a controller on dynamic mode and offline mode and hand it to a fucking child who's never, or hand it to someone who's never even held a controller before. And they'll feel like they're accomplishing something. And they are. Even if they're not.
I feel like people don't, like
even if they're not,
they just are haters of Street Fighter as a brand. I've met a lot of people who I've been like, "Yo, hey, you want to play like Street Fighter?" They'll play Fighter Z with me. Like, nah, fuck that. I ain't playing that game.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those people.
There's a stigma against like a lot of these games
yeah,
already.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people.
And you might get like one or two brand new people who like don't know what the fuck it is, but like those people, honestly, they're gonna be like 1% of like the total player base.
I'm gonna see if it works, but I think it's more than 1%, and I think that's being a bit hyperbolic, but I think that there's a lot of people with interest, or at least enjoy watching fighting games, but have never had the courage to try one, or never had the interest to try one, always thought they were too hard or they looked too complicated. And I think dynamic controls will be a great introduction to them. It'll help them, at the very least, build that confidence needed to transition to a different control scheme and start taking it more seriously. Sometimes all people need is motivation. And that'll build that motivation. My wife is, again, using her as an example, one of those people. She loves watching me play fighting games. She's never played a fighting game. Doesn't.
Are you getting her to play 6?
Yes. And I'll probably start her with dynamic controls. I want to see if they serve their purpose, and
If you want to double test and want to spend a little extra money, I'll fucking make my brother play that fucking game. See if he'll do it. I bet he wouldn't either.
Yeah, because this is a good way to test. Because she's open-minded, but that's the thing, is they have to already have at least the desire to play.
He'll probably want to play because of the custom characters. I could probably get him into that alone.
But
like that was his dude. He played Soul Calibur. That was his favorite part. If I end up getting a job soon, I'll probably buy that for him.
Because every game, it's not that she hasn't tried fighting games before. It's that every game I've tried to get her to try hasn't been a great first experience. My kids forced her to play, like, my kids love playing Injustice 2. They're the only ones that turn the damn thing on anymore. They just call it superhero fight, but whatever. They just like making Harley Quinn beat people up. And that's fine. And they're actually getting pretty good at it. I do play it with them. But they play...
That's the game you should stream with them.
Well,
Fuck yeah.
They don't... They're not on when on a stream. The problem is they don't have the attention span. It'd be a very short stream.
Oh.
That's the problem. They're not quite at that streamable age yet. The oldest one's getting there, but they play mostly with their mother because they play while I'm at work, and then by the time I get home from work, you know, they're off. They got other stuff. They got their evening activities. They got gymnastics. They got all those other activities come in the evening, and that's when I'm home. So I never actually get to sit down and play video games with them anyway.
Oh, damn.
Like, the weekends is the only time I get. And then they want to go outside and play with their friends because it's a nice day outside on the weekends or something, because then all their friends are home too. So it's a struggle trying to get them to play.
You could give them like a 45-minute day stream time. I bet they could handle.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to get them motivated and get them, you know, find that game that they're actually gonna want to that game that they're gonna want to not go outside and play with their friends to stay home and play. Because the problem is, they always seem interested in it, and then Saturday rolls around and their little friends from the neighborhood come knocking on the door and they forget all about it.
Damn.
Yeah, so, you know, it's fine. Whatever they're going, I know it's gonna happen. So, but the point is, my wife's, you know, she's got interest in fighting games. Like, she likes the idea behind them. She likes watching me play them, even though I sometimes rage. She likes that idea that it's finally a competitive game. That, like, I got her playing Tetris for the same reason. Tetris, puzzle games, and fighting games are the only two games that do this. They're competitive games where the only thing that can cause you to lose is you. No bad teammates, RNG, there's no bad loot, no none of that. There's just, I fucked up. I did this when I should have did that.
I zigged when I should have zagged.
I lost. I got no one and nothing else to blame it on but me.
Until you start blaming it on something else.
Yeah, and if I do that, it's because I generally feel that something else was wrong. I tend not to blame myself.
Oh, I was not specifically talking
about...
Oh,
yeah, I know.
I mean, yeah, there's the Akuma thing, but other than that, you're pretty chill.
It's more of a meme, really, but I do hate Akuma. I do think he's cheap, but he's not unbeatable.
Oh, I think in 3 he's like every game they've made him better. Like every game, or not
Yeah.
better as in like
I
better
still
to,
just
like
I still just hate him
easier
as a
to fight.
I just hate him as a character. I think he's a boring fucking villain. I just think
Oh,
he's a
I
boring
agree.
character.
I
I just-
agree. I think he's better than Evil Ryu.
My
though.
my hate for Akuma comes more from just I hate him as a character. I hate the character design. I hate the fact that he's just Ryu but bad. That he's
Let's be
he's
fair. Which one would you
boring.
rather come back? Akuma with his new like lion beard, like alternate look style, where he looks badass as hell, or we get fucking what's his fucking name? The one who was Evil Ryu, but Kage. There you go. Or we get.
I hate
Kage.
them. I hate them both. I fucking
Which
hate
one
them
would
both.
you rather have? Is what I'm saying. Like fuck Kage. Kage needs to go. Let's bring back Violet Ken before we bring back Kage.
I just hate it's this person, but evil. I hate that in every form. I hated it when Star Trek did it. I hate it that Street Fighter does it. It's lazy and I hate it. And I feel like Street Fighter has an abundance. Even at the time when they created Akuma, they already had an abundance of Shoto characters. Did we really need this one? But he's evil. No, it's lazy. And I get it. You can copy and paste his move set. You can copy and paste some animations. You can copy and paste. Like it's not a lot of work involved. It's literally a copy paste character and then
to
edit.
be fair, Akuma, if they had stopped at Akuma, I think it'd have been fine.
Yeah,
we got like
but they
Dan,
kept
Sakura.
but they kept adding more. Yeah.
Like I think Sakura, Dan, and Akuma are the only ones who need to stay, other than Ryu and Ken. Every other one can go.
The reason
Goodbye.
I don't hate them as much as Akuma is at least they feel different and they're more interesting as characters. Dan's a joke character. His fireball doesn't even go all the way across the screen. His Tatsu's like a 3 kick thing.
Akuma's fucking Dan's Ken, bro. Like I don't know what you mean. Like they
Akuma, when
opposites of each
Akuma
other.
first came out, like you said, they've made him better over the years. But Akuma is just like Ryu and Ken, just like Ken was just like Ryu, with only very minor differences. He wasn't different enough. Ken was boring in the beginning too. But I get it. He's been there since the original. He's the Luigi
they've
to
been
Ryu's
giving
Mario.
him new stuff. Like he has dive kicks now. He's more air mobile. That's
Who,
like the
Ken?
difference now. No, Akuma.
Akuma,
more
yeah.
air mobile.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is you didn't need to create him when you did. Like, he didn't need to exist at all.
Oh, I agree.
We already have Ken, and you're already struggling to make Ken different from
He also
Ryu.
wasn't a
Now-
playable character, though. He was also just a boss character, so I can see why they kind of went with, like, he's just a boss character, just design him however, and then he became infamous because of how, like, hard he was to get, and then, you know, they put him in because, you know, it's easy, they already have all the sprites. Like, I don't think it was them, like, oh, hey, let's just design Evil Ryu.
Right,
They're like,
it was
we
the
need to
same-
save as
it was-
much time and
Yeah,
energy to
and
make the boss
that
most
and that
people
happened
wanted to
and that happened a lot back then. You realize that same thing happened with Mortal Kombat and multiple other fighting games.
Yeah.
Smoke, like the multiple versions of the ninjas in Mortal Kombat were never supposed to be playable either. They were
Oh
Easter
yeah,
eggs.
no, I'll say this: they did
It's the
a
same
better
thing.
job with the ninjas, though. They never played the same. They were
Yeah,
all,
like
they
it's
they all just
the
work
same. It's the same concept. It's the same idea. Noob never even really existed. He was just like a schoolyard rumor. Yeah, he was a joke. Ermac never existed. It was somebody mispronounced something, or it was a typo in the game. It was like an acronym for something else, and gamers didn't know it, so they thought it was a character, and it just became this running gag. Reptile was a hidden character that was meant more as a joke. Like, most of them were meant as jokes and never meant to be playable.
I think like Reptile and Smoke were the only ones that were actually.
Yeah, they were the only ones that were actually in the game. Noob, Noob is the obvious joke character. Noob and Ermac were never real. Ermac was a rumor because somebody misunderstood what Ermac means. And it's a technical term that bug testers would use to identify a certain kind of bug in the game.
Oh.
And someone saw it and thought it was the name of a character. And then the rumors started, kids started using their imagination, and it turned into this red ninja because we already have a green, and there's already a red and a blue. I mean, there's already a yellow and a blue and a green. Red's the only other primary color. Yeah, it became that. It's just-
Honestly, I don't mind it. I think it's kind of funny. Like if they do it now, I'll give them shit. But like that's just the past. They do a good enough job trying to diversify them now and make them all.
yeah,
different.
and I mean,
So
yeah, but
I'll
but
say I'll
the only
give them
reason I
credit
brought
for
them
the fact
up-
that they've like gotten
Yeah.
better.
yeah, but the only reason I brought them up is to point out that this has been done before.
Oh yeah,
You know,
100%.
there's no reason Street Fighter needed to do it.
There
I
wasn't a
think it
reason.
started. I think it started as an Easter egg thing because, oh shit, Mortal Kombat's got hidden bosses and Easter egg characters. We need one too. What can we put together really fast? What about a character that uses Ryu and Ken's gi? And you know, we can pilot swap and change the hair, change the move. Yeah, just it feels like something that was thrown together because Mortal Kombat did it, because their competition was doing it, because that's all those games did back in the 90s was fucking copy each other.
Yeah, they did do that.
That's all it felt like. Akuma's always felt like that to me. He's felt like just Akuma has all because Akuma has always felt like we did it because they did it, and that's it.
They need to put Akuma in Mortal Kombat now. They totally need to.
Yeah, just bring it full circle. Fuck it.
I mean, like he's already been in Tekken. I mean, he's already like. Let's just get Akuma in the most fighting. Like he will be the most occurring fighting game character of all time if he is in fucking goddamn an MK game. Like he will appear in the most series out of any character like ever in fighting games specifically.
Yeah,
Best
no, that's fine.
crossover is still Smash because you know fucking of course.
Yeah, Smash is another game I
Even
tried to
though
get
I
the
think
wife
that
to.
they're fucking
I tried to get the
biased
wife
with
to
their
play
goddamn
Smash,
picks.
and I tried to get the wife to play Smash because the kids love Smash and easy controls. I mean, that's the concept for Street Fighter 6 is easy controls. Problem with Smash, she got the controls, which is why I think I have a shot at getting her to learn Street Fighter. She got the controls for Smash down, but Smash made two mistakes that made it hard for her to learn and frustrating. It wanted her to do it made the Mortal Kombat mistake, which
The block button.
in Smash, yeah, it makes sense because you're facing all directions at once. So block button makes sense. But there's a button for block.
You can forget to press it.
Heat a battle, you're going to forget to do it. It's an extra thing you have to think to do now. And two, because it's not a regular fighting game. So she's trying to juggle multiple genres at one time, and Smash does a terrible job of introducing new players to this concept. She has to now be good at not just fighting, but platforming. At two different types of games. It's just too much, and the fact that there could be 4 people on the screen at one time. So it was too much for her to try to keep track of. The controls weren't the issue. It was just all the extra going on. Even if you turn items off, there's still hectic fights. Still a lot going on. Street Fighter.
Just play Omega Stage.
Yeah, but
that
even
gets boring.
yeah, that gets boring, and
That's
B.
why I don't fucking like Smash because the only way to have fun with it is to fucking play like a to
Well,
not
the
play
only way to-
competitively.
Yeah, like the only
I
way
get
to
that
have
that's how some people have
you
fun,
have
but,
to
like,
be
half of the modes
you
aren't
have
competitively viable.
you have to be into competitive to enjoy it competitively. Like that you have to there's 2 types of Smash players. There's the competitive players and then there's the I just play for fun players. Those 2 things are never one and the same. Not in Smash Brothers. Cuz people who just play for fun get too bored to focus on the competitive aspect because playing the competitive way requires you to do everything in the game that's not fun. And people who play for fun fill the screen with bullshit that makes it not competitive. You've introduced RNG and stage hazards now. So there's a bit of luck involved, which makes it not competitive. Oh, you won because you got the superstar, or you won because you got this item, or you won because the stage turned and filled up with lava or some nonsense. Yeah, you're the person who plays because you like the
really
chaos and
wish
the
they
nonsense.
had tried to make a competitive, like built in. Like instead of having to I really wish they tried that.
He never wanted it to be competitive. Like,
Well, you can't like okay. There's been 4 games. Each of them have developed a competitive scene. Acknowledge that they want to play it slightly competitively, and don't
mean,
make it the focus.
they've
but give them the
acknowledged it.
option.
They've acknowledged it. There's a ranked online mode that plays by competitive rules on the Omega stage and 1v1 and no items. They've acknowledged it, but they don't focus the game around it. And they're never going to.
Yeah, no, I don't want them to, because it'd be fucking stupid. It's
Yeah.
the thing I think most fucking Smash likes fucking fail.
So
to
if you
do.
play online,
They
you
don't
can either
focus
play
enough on the actual gameplay being fun, and I get
Yeah,
bored of it.
so if
doing
you
it.
play online, yeah, like they did focus on character balance and whatnot, and they balanced it around that ranked mode. They didn't balance it around non-ranked mode. Because ranked mode, you're dependent on just your character. Items and shit, stage hazards don't matter. So they didn't balance around those. They balanced around that ranked mode. They did try to give people what they wanted, but you know, when you go online, you're either playing ranked or you're playing for fun, and the game straight up tells you this is the for fun mode, and then you can pick, you know, do you want items? Do you want? And they let you customize what type of game you're searching for, or you can create your own room. And if you picked ranked, it just puts you in ranked. There's no options to change. You're playing by their rules. You're playing by ranked rules.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess.
I never play the ranked mode because I find it boring. I enjoy Smash because of the chaos. The chaos I enjoy. I can't play Smash competitive.
I'd like Smash if they had more like non-Japanese characters in there, because honestly, there's like 3.
Yeah, I think they just
It feels like the
They
fucking Nintendo game, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I
They
mean, I
went-
guess that's the audience, but damn.
yeah, that's the
I was
audience.
really
but,
hoping for something
Well,
a
they
little
went-
bit more diverse.
well, they went. Oh, I mean, it's the Ultimate roster is pretty diverse. It's almost as many non-Nintendo characters as Nintendo characters. But the problem is, all the non-Nintendo characters they keep adding.
Fire Emblem characters.
Well,
yeah.
Fire Emblem's a Nintendo game. They own that one.
Oh well, they sure add a lot of fucking Fire Emblem characters.
Yeah, it's because Fire Emblem's huge in Japan. But on top of that, it's the guest characters that they added. There's too many sword-wielding characters in that game. Even the guest characters. Cloud and Sephiroth.
They shouldn't have done
Sora.
Sephiroth. Like, my problem is it felt like they always
Like,
tried
it
to add
should've-
like a
when it-
hero
when
and
it
a
came-
villain.
when
but,
it
like,
came to
before they used
sword-
not.
When it came to sword-wielding characters, it should have... Cloud and Sephiroth, they're peanut butter and jelly, man. If you're introducing one, that's one of those things where you're gonna have to put the other. Like,
No, you don't.
there's just
already
as
13
there's-
sword motherfuckers. You can represent Final
what
Fantasy.
I'm
with just
saying
one
is,
character.
if I was redoing that roster, your 2 guest characters with swords, they're gonna be Cloud and Sephiroth. This is fine. That's all you need. When it came to sword wielding characters, you don't need that many characters from Fire Emblem. You have so many other franchises you could pull from. They overdid it with the Fire Emblem. Sword wielding characters in the Nintendo roster, it should have been Shulk, because his sword is interesting and unique. It has a mechanic to it. You do 1, 2 Fire Emblem characters max, because there is that one Fire Emblem character whose sword does something different, but it's unique and original. And that's it. That's your sword wielding motherfuckers right there. I guess Steve can carry a sword.
If I had to,
But that's your sword wielding characters there. Then you replace the rest of those Fire Emblem motherfuckers with other Nintendo characters people want to see. People have been asking for. Where's our goddamn Waluigi? Alright, motherfucker deserves some love at this point. I'm begging for it.
I think it was time to trim some of the roster. I think that, like, I get it. It's the whole everybody's here.
Get
I think
rid
some
of
of
the-
the characters sucked. Like Pichu, gone.
Like,
Fucking
there's
Roy
people who
and
like him.
Chrome, gone. Keith Marth,
There's a-
he was the OG.
Yeah. I mean, you get rid of all the other.
We can keep
Get rid of all
We'll keep
the-
young Link and adult Link. Get rid of Toon Link. We don't need 3 fucking Links.
You can get rid of young Link.
We have Ganondorf.
Young
I think-
Link and adult Link are the same. Toon Link actually had different mechanics.
Oh, they okay. They don't. I thought he played like how he like originally played in like Smash Bros. Like 1. I thought he was like a legacy character. I
What?
thought that was the idea.
Kid Link?
Was-
well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
what you do is
was
you
young
make
Link
make
played
adult
like the
Link,
original Link.
make adult Link play like original Link. You don't need to give him his Breath of the Wild bullshit.
I
reason
get
for
them wanting to keep. I understand them doing that, and honestly, just like as a business decision, it makes sense. So,
But Toon
like,
Link played differently. He had his Wind Waker stuff. But yeah, you don't need 3 different versions of Link. You don't need you don't need that many
I didn't
fucking.
think the Animal Crossing needed to be there, or as many fucking.
Oh,
okay,
Animal Crossing's too popular. Yeah, it
get
needed to be
fucking
there.
rid of Wolf. Wolf doesn't need to be there. He's just an Echo fighter anyway.
Wolf's
Just make
different.
him a skin.
Wolf's different, and any fucking Melee player will tell you that. He is noticeably different from Fox. He's not. I mean, the Echo characters are Echo characters, but they are different in the same way Ryu and Ken are. I mean, Ken's an Echo character of Ryu. That's all he started as, but he's different, and he's slowly become more different with each game. And the same's true with the Echo characters in Smash. They've slowly become more different with each game. So they are their own thing. I'm fine with the Echo characters, and I like the fact that you can change the menu to have them as alternates to their original roster, so they don't even show up in the roster. You don't have to see them if you don't want to. Yeah, you just, when you pick Samus, you press a different button, you get Dark Samus. When you pick Zelda, you press a different button, you get Sheik.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they're
So
all-
they are like. Okay, they are just costumes.
yeah,
Fine.
it's the same thing with Ryu. Press a different button, you get Ken.
Kill Meta Knight as just like a symbolism, but add a new Kirby character. Oh wait, they already have like 13.
Yeah, no, they need to get rid of all the Fire Emblem characters, and I would add, there's more from Donkey
Fuck
Kong.
Bowser Jr. Why is Bowser
There's-
Jr. in the roster?
Oh, because he represents, no, he was a smart ad. Because he represents all the Koopalings. And it's the representation people have been wanting from them since Super Mario 3.
Okay.
Because you remember in Super Mario 3, you fought all those different, all of Koopa's kids that have never been referenced again since Super Mario 3.
Okay, we don't need 2 Animal Crossing characters then. Why do we need 2?
No,
Why do
you
we
don't
need
need 2.
Villager and Isabelle? Like, I'd say keep Isabelle because she's better, but fuck
Yeah,
it.
you can get
Why
rid
not?
of it. You
Why
can
not just get rid of
Villager.
both of them and put fucking Tom Nook in the game? That shit would be hilarious. He fucking whooping your ass with your money.
Because they fucking love Animal
Incineroar.
Crossing. Holy shit.
I get they need Pokemon in here.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too many Pokemon characters, but at least the Pokemon characters are different.
I will say there are fucking way too many fucking Pokemon characters. Like,
But
they
at
be
least
doing,
they're
like,
but at
like,
least they're
they're
different.
Just Pokemon.
But at
They
least they're
don't
different.
do anything unique with it. They don't try to make like new play styles that are like like
They
never
are
tried.
different. They are absolutely different. Damn it!
Barely.
Damn it! Fucking bullshit with the freezing. It takes too long to recover from that.
Like they always just pick like Pokemon that look like people.
Yeah, I mean that's because it's a fighting game.
The only one who doesn't follow that rule is Pikachu and Pichu.
Jigglypuff,
Jigglypuff has
Charizard,
pretty much.
kind of.
Charizard kind of could wield a sword if he wanted to. So.
But they changed him, so he's not. His
Yeah,
own
no,
character anymore.
he's the only one I'm like I don't think is shitty, because I like the idea of having to
Well, you don't-
balance like a team
well, you
of
don't-
Pokemon.
Yeah, because you play as Pokemon Trainer now. Not it used to be just Charizard. Now it's Pokemon Trainer. So
Yeah, I think that was
he's
a
now
good
3 different
change. I think
characters.
that incorporates a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that they should have done the same with Pikachu. That
I-
when you pick him, you pick which version of his evolution you're playing.
Yeah, I don't know why they're the same character. That would Well, I kind of get
mean,
it, but at the same
Pichu
time,
is-
just make Pichu the same size as Pikachu.
Pichu does have different moves, and he is ridiculously faster. He's weaker.
Do we need Sheik?
Sheik? Yeah, Sheik's a different character than Zelda.
Well, but do you need Sheik?
Well, the way they did it in the past, and people didn't like it, which is why Sheik became her own character. Because Sheik is Zelda.
I know.
And in the past, you could, when you picked Zelda, you could transform into Sheik as her down special. You were switching between the two mid battle.
That sounds way cooler.
Kind of like
Why
the
fuck
way
did they change that?
Yeah, it's kind because people wanted it to. People didn't like Sheik being part of Zelda's move list. They wanted Sheik. They wanted Sheik to be They wanted Sheik to be their own character because people love that character so much. They wanted Sheik to be their own character and then have a fourth move because Sheik only has 3 moves.
Okay, one goes. One fucking goes.
Because Sheik
One of these
only
has to
gets
fucking go.
because
Dr.
of the
Mario or Piranha Plant. Which one are you kicking?
Dr. Mario's a skin. It's just a. I mean, I guess I'd get rid of Dr. Mario, but I don't have a problem with him being there. He's just like I
don't mind
said.
him being a skin. I don't mind the
you
model,
changed-
but like
Yeah, just like you
Honestly,
can already do
I'd
that
get
in the
rid of
game,
Piranha.
but you can already do that in the game though. I'm only going by the visible roster, so you can go into the menu and you can select "Don't Show Echo Fighters," and it'll change the way the screen looks to only show you characters that are different. So Dr. Mario disappears, Ken disappears, Dark Samus disappears, Dark Pit disappears.
I'm
That's
kind of
another
looking
one
at
you
the
don't need.
website, so it shows all of them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is all the Echo Fighters just become alternate versions of their original fighters, and you press a specific button when you select them to select them as Echo Fighters. Kind of like the way Mithra and Pyra work. You can pick which one you want to play as. Only difference with them is you can change mid-battle. Like Mithra and Pyra work like Sheik used to work. Which I understand why they wanted Sheik to be her own character. I like Mithra so much, I wish she was her own character because making her combined with another character means she is one move nerfed from other characters. She doesn't get a down special.
Why does Animal Crossing get 2 characters, but Sonic the Hedgehog doesn't get 2?
Because Animal Crossing broke records. It became so popular during the pandemic. That game exploded during the pandemic. I mean, it exploded before that, but it exploded even more during the pandemic. Like that game, everyone played Animal Crossing. Everyone
They had to include DLC for ARMS. I don't hate the Tekken pick.
I like the ARMS pick, and
Banjo-Kazooie felt like a good pick.
I actually liked ARMS. I hope they make a second one. Like Nintendo desperately needs a new original franchise, and
I don't
that
understand
one
why
should
they
be it.
included fucking Persona.
It's crossover.
I don't know why.
I'm
they
fine
chose-
with all the
or I don't know
crossover
why they
characters.
put Bayonetta in.
They own Bayonetta.
Oh, they own Bayonetta. I don't care for the Splatoon characters. I don't know. I just don't.
Yeah,
get it.
they're gonna put those in. That game's crazy popular. Like all their iconic franchises are gonna get representation, and I expect that from a Nintendo. Like if your selling point is
Can they get rid of a Wii Fit trainer then? Can they just get rid of her?
Yeah, I'll
We
agree with
haven't
that
even
one.
Had a Wii Fit fucking game. Like you
I'll
don't
agree with
even.
that one.
That's not even a franchise that you're continuing. Just get rid
the
of
ones
it.
I want them to get rid of. Like I'm fine with all those. All those characters you've listed are different. You're just listing
And
ones you
fuck
don't
Kid
like.
Icarus.
You're
Kill
just
that whole
listening.
franchise.
No, like you're just listing ones you don't like. I'm actually thinking functionality of the game. Like if the theme of the game is everyone's here, then fine, keep everyone there. But you don't need you need representation. When I say everyone, I mean every one of your games needs representation. If this is supposed to be the ultimate Nintendo crossover game, then every one of your games needs representation. Yes, there should be one character from every game. So Kid Icarus should be there. Wii Fit Trainer should be there. All those should be there. Do you know what you don't need?
I'm sorry, fuck Wii Fit
Do you know
Trainer.
what you don't need? You don't need 10 fucking Fire Emblem characters.
One,
That's
two,
fucking ridiculous.
4, 5.
I don't know if it's 10, but it feels like it's 10.
It's 8.
Damn
Pretty damn
close.
close.
Okay, don't need
And
that
some of them are double
fucking...
characters, so don't worry.
Yeah, you don't fucking need that many. That's too many. That's too many Fire Emblem characters. And it's not even your most popular franchise. I don't understand the obsession with Fire Emblem in this fucking game.
There's as much representation in Fire Emblem as there is in Pokemon.
Why? Pokemon, I get.
And
that
that's
is
not
a...
including and that's including the combination as one character. There's
Yeah,
technically more Pokemon.
Pokemon I get, because Pokemon is a global phenomenon. That's popular in every country. Fire Emblem is pretty much only popular in Japan. No one else gives a shit. I can tell you, no one in America asked for this crap. No one in Europe asked for that crap. And at least all the Pokemon are different. Most of the Fire Emblem games just feel like anime guy with sword.
Honestly, Dr. Mario, Rosalina, and fucking goddamn Piranha Plant do not need to be in the games. I think we have enough representation
Rosalina has a
between
unique
each-
mechanic and plays separately.
Yeah,
Dr.
there's-
Mario is an Echo Fighter. He doesn't count. Like I said, I'm not counting Echo Fighters because you can literally select to have them removed from the menu, so you can
I'm
already...
trying not to. It's kind of hard to remember when you're looking at a roster website
Yeah.
that doesn't
So
separate them.
when I hear
I'll
you
make-
say one, I'll tell you, yeah, that one
Yeah.
doesn't count. So, yeah. Dr. Mario doesn't count.
So Rosalina and Piranha Plant, I don't fucking see why they were added. They seem like useless picks. Not enough
Piranha
people care
Plant
about
is... It's... Well, I'm not going with... well, I mean, Piranha Plant was a freebie and done as a joke, but... And that's fine. I go more by functionality when it comes to that kind of stuff. Rosalina's unique, and Piranha Plant is unique. They don't play
I
like
think
any
they
other
could
character.
make another character that does pretty similar to what Rosalina does. I don't think she needed to be in the game.
People like Rosalina. And
Yeah, there's-
the Piranha
There's
Plant's
enough
iconic.
there. I get it. The Piranha Plant's icon, motherfucker. That's like putting the Triforce as a goddamn character.
No, it's
how
not.
fucking
Because the
stupid would that
Piranha
be?
Plant is alive and actually an enemy, and it's one of the very first enemies most people die to in Mario. It was the most common enemy people died to. The first enemy people died to in Mario. Because most people jump over because it's the literal second enemy you've ever experienced in a Mario game. If you're someone who's been playing Mario since the beginning, it's the second enemy people ever saw. And
Always
it's
the
usually...
second enemy.
Hmm?
So it's always the second enemy usually. And I think except for World. World was the only one that didn't do that.
But it's the literal, like, it's been the bane of all Mario players' existence to the point that it became a meme. Like, everyone jumps over the Goomba. He's the easy one to miss. He's the literal first enemy you encounter in Mario ever. And the second one is the Piranha Plant, and you don't see it. You jump over the pipe, it comes out and bites you. Most people die to it.
Here's the thing. There are some people I'm like, I'd rather get rid of over that. But they're more iconic. And I'm like, yeah, no, these are more iconic. I'd rather see them stay.
The Piranha
Like,
Plant,
okay,
I don't...
give a fuck about Duck Hunt. I think Duck
The
Hunt
Piranha-
should get the fuck out.
Yeah, you're just... I guess you're just thinking about it differently. You're going by whether or not you like characters. And
Would
I'm
I
going-
rather something else be there is what I'm thinking. Would I rather like
No.
another Nintendo
That's
Pokemon?
what I'm saying is you're acting like you need to swap stuff out and you don't. The idea behind Smash Ultimate is everyone is here. So quit thinking along the lines of do we need to replace a character and just think along the lines of what's overrepresented and just bloating the roster. And that's Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is overrepresented and just bloating the roster. It's taking up half the fucking screen. We don't need it at all. We don't need that fucking many. If you were going to replace characters at all, which I don't think you need to.
Okay, which Fire Emblem character do you get rid of? Which anime sword fighter isn't good enough? 'Cause we
Most
got
of
Marth,
them.
He was put in first.
Yeah,
so I
Marth
think
you
he gets
keep.
a guaranteed spot.
Marth, you get a guaranteed spot. I'd say you get 2 Fire Emblem characters. You get your one sword wielder, Marth. And the other one you keep is the sorcerer. Because that's the one that doesn't use a fucking sword and feels different. What is it, Corrin or something like that? Can't remember the name.
know.
But yeah,
I can't see
it's the
name,
one that's
honestly.
it's the one that's holding a book instead of a sword. That one. You can keep that one. Because at least it plays and feels different. That's what I'm going by. It's what plays and feels different. The Fire Emblem characters all play and feel the same for the most part. All the ones with a sword, I mean, yeah, they are all different and have different moves, but if you just picked them up and started pressing buttons, they all just feel like guy with sword. So get rid of them, and if you're going to represent something, if you're going to replace them with stuff, there's still other more iconic characters and franchises you haven't.
Okay, like, so all of wait, okay, so base roster was fucking, god damn, they had Incineroar in base roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, if they just changed the DLC shit, they'd have had like, they could have definitely. They didn't do a lot of DLC.
I would say, yeah.
They did like a little DLC. They didn't do shit.
Yeah, this is literally everyone's here, man. But I think the thing is, you get rid of the Fire Emblem characters, and if you're gonna get rid of characters to replace with characters, there are other Nintendo characters that you could have represented better.
I say get rid of fucking the Xenoblade Chronicles and the Dragon fucking Quest characters as well. They don't need to be here.
Xenoblade characters are good. Dragon Quest is a crossover. It's fine.
I think they just look like fucking anime sword fighter character, and they blow up the roster.
Shulk's sword is unique enough that it doesn't even feel like a sword. And it's technically not. And I love Mythra and Pyra too much to get rid of them. They're just way too fun to play. They don't feel like guy with sword. They feel more like sorceresses. They're just really fun to play.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Shulk. I'm looking at Shulk's moves. Yeah, he's just a guy with sword, man.
No, his sword functions way different. He's got almost 3 times the move as any other sword fighter. He's got, like, it's the Monado. It's a magic sword. You can use all of its abilities from the original game. Plus, him and that sword are more iconic than anything in Fire Emblem. Sorry, they just are. I know you don't play RPGs, but to anyone who's played RPGs, and I've played every Xenoblade, yeah, he's pretty iconic. So you keep them. The idea is to get rid of stuff that's overrepresented. You keep one character from every game. Keep at least one character from every game. 2, I'd say 2 if you're trying to do this all out, everyone's here kind of roster. Do we need 8? Fire Emblem? No. You can free up those 6 slots and do more crossovers that people have been asking for.
I'd love it if they'd get rid of some Pokemon. That'd be like my fan favorite pick.
Some of them do disappear when you get rid of Echo Fighters. Pichu disappears. Jigglypuff disappears.
With who?
Jigglypuff is an Echo Fighter for Kirby.
Really?
Yep. Plays exactly like Kirby.
What?
Jigglypuff is an Echo Fighter for Kirby. Plays exactly like Kirby.
Then why the fuck does...
Because people like Jigglypuff. The only difference with Jigglypuff and the thing that makes it separated from Kirby is Jigglypuff's down special, instead of doing the ground stomp, it puts you to sleep. He has a sleep move. But technically is a Echo Fighter for Kirby. Everybody considers Jigglypuff to just be Kirby.
Well, they're treating Jigglypuff as a separate character, so I'm counting him as a separate character.
It's, like, yeah, well,
every other character you got me, there's like a 4E that I just miss every time. Like it'll say that they're Echo Fighters on like the main list. Everyone
considers Jigglypuff to be an Echo Fighter though. So yeah, whatever.
I
You
mean,
can get rid of Jigglypuff.
I'm going by what the
yeah, I know, because people like Jigglypuff
and there is different stuff, so it's
the only
like,
real
it's
difference.
Not really an Echo Fighter. It's more like a Ryu and Ken kind of situation.
But Ken's an Echo Fighter.
Yeah, in this game, like I'm talking about like modern.
That's what I'm
Ryu
saying.
and Ken.
That's what I'm saying. Is if Ken gets to be an Echo Fighter, and Ken does have different moves than Ryu even in Smash, but if Ken gets to be an Echo Fighter, then fuck it, so does Kirby. Because the only difference. Yeah,
He has different moves, like actually different moves.
yeah,
Then-
he's got
then
his
I would-
fire.
then I
Yeah,
would
he's
have
got
an
his
Echo Fighter.
he's got his fire move. He's instead of the Tatsu, if you do the motion input, he does the triple kick. Yeah, he's got his Street Fighter moves. He is a different
So
character.
why is he listed as an Echo Fighter?
Good question. Couldn't tell you.
That's just inconsistency then. Because I wouldn't even consider Ken a fucking Echo Fighter.
I don't know if it's supposed to be an Easter egg to the fact that Ken started as an
he does
Echo.
Shin Shoryuken.
I don't know if it's supposed to. Well, that's just because they were too lazy to make a whole new super for him. But I don't know if it started as a Easter egg to the fact that Ken is an Echo Fighter. Ken was created as an Echo Fighter. He was the player 2. That's the only reason he exists. Is they needed a player 2.
Honestly,
the original Street Fighter.
they're just over bloating their game with Pokemon and fucking Fire Emblem, or not Fire Emblem.
The only difference, I
Oh, it
think,
is Fire.
I think Jigglypuff should be a Echo Fighter for Kirby, and when you press the Don't Show Echo Fighters, unless or condense the Echo Fighters, whatever the menu option's called, then he should just be hidden behind Kirby, because there's no reason to have him separate on the roster. The only difference between him and Kirby is the inhale. Kirby gets an inhale. Jigglypuff gets his sleep move. That's it. The rest of the moves are all the same. The only difference between him and Kirby is Kirby can eat shit, Jigglypuff can't.
Oh, then that's
Jigglypuff puts shit to
And
sleep.
yeah, they are completely different. One's forced to stick with his kit, and one isn't. One gets like different special moves depending on who he eats. Yeah, that's completely.
Yeah,
different
that's it.
playstyle.
They have one different gimmick.
I would, yeah, but that's still different. That's like different enough to me consider them different characters.
I mean, I think Ken's different enough to be considered a different character, but I'm saying if you're going by the game's rules here,
I mean, Wolf is even considered a different character.
I mean, Wolf has different moves. His gun works differently. He's got multiple different moves at this point. But, Kirby and Jigglypuff only have one different move, technically. I mean, yeah, Kirby's different move is copy ability, but that's thing. And even his copy ability isn't super great. He only copies one move, and it's usually the least used move in someone else's kit. I mean, there's good players with all the characters, but
Well, I'm just saying like that.
Jigglypuff
There's a
just
different enough
feels-
play style in between the two, even though they have the same moves. Like even if you play them, you cannot play them exactly the
yeah,
same.
I'm not saying take Jigglypuff out of the game. Just make it an Echo character. If you're gonna hide Ken behind Ryu, so you have to press a different button to get him,
I
then do the
just
same
don't
with
think
Jigglypuff.
Ken should be hidden. I think that's what they should do. I think they should just fix it and make like actual Echo Fighters
just-
that actually are
I'm just
not
going
just
by.
copies.
Yeah, but Echo Fighters then are just skins. I'm saying if you're going by the let's have the option to hide them, and if you want him to be separate, he can still be separate, which is what they do now. So Ken is separate, or he's an Echo Fighter. Take your fucking pick. Doesn't matter. You can hide him behind Ryu to condense the roster screen to make it easier to pick your character so it's not so cluttered. Because that's the only purpose in that option is to make the menu screen less cluttered. Or you can leave everybody separate and then all the Echo Fighters are showing all the time. So it doesn't matter. So that I don't care too much about. I'm just talking about getting rid of characters that
they
feel like
need to get a Robin. They need to get rid of.
Yeah, I'm saying get rid
I-
of characters that feel like they don't even serve a purpose. Like they're
They need
just
to get rid
bloating.
of Crom and Roy because
'Cause you're showing-
with each other.
Yeah, and you're showing too much representation for this one franchise. At least with Pokemon, they play differently and they're all different. Like they're not just guy with sword, but the Fire Emblem characters all feel so similar that it's been memed to death at this point. Like everyone hates it. No one wants that many. How the fuck do I get up?
Kind of wish they put like fucking Sans from Undertale in the game for real and not just a fucking goddamn Mii Gunner costume.
Yeah, there's a lot of the
That
gunner
was the thing that kinda
costumes.
got-
There's a lot of the costumes that should be characters, and they should be replacing. They should be replacing the fucking Fire Emblem.
They should be trying to make new characters and then make echo characters of those new characters that are in like existing franchises.
No, do
like if
more.
we're gonna make
do the-
random ass
do
echo
the-
characters,
Do the
yeah.
crossover characters that everybody wants. Get rid of these fucking Fire Emblem characters and do the crossovers we all want. Know what we all want? We want those fucking... And then you give them to us as me costumes as a consolation prize? That's just a fuck you. No, give me those as characters. Give me
That's why I
fucking...
didn't
Where's
give a
my...
fuck when Sora
where's my-
came out, because I was like, why should I care? Every character that I've ever wanted in this game is just
Yeah,
fucking.
where's my
fuck you.
fucking... Where's my fucking Doom guy? Why is
Where's
he
the
a...
Doom guy? Yeah, why
Why
the fuck
is-
wasn't he put in the game, bro?
He's in the game.
Or
Or he's a me
or
costume.
Master Chief. Why wasn't Master Chief put in the fucking game?
I mean, Doom
They
guy's
already
a...
got Microsoft.
Doom guy is a me costume.
Oh, I know that.
So make him a character. I'm just talking about ones that you put him in the game to tease me but won't give him to me as a character. Where's Zero? Got Mega Man X? Where's Zero? It's,
Yeah, I don't know. Zero could probably play like
But he's different. He doesn't have a gun.
or not X. Sorry, I was thinking X. Zero. Yeah. Zero.
If he's different enough to be a separate character in MVC, to be a separate character. in-
I agree. Again, I was confusing X with fucking Zero.
where's
Mega Man lore
Yeah.
is based.
Yeah. Where's Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter's kit could be using all the different weapons, and that's a more iconic franchise than fucking Fire Emblem. Like these
Oh,
are
like more
these are
indie game representation. I think
yeah,
it would have been.
same
Like-
thing there.
Like the indie games are the ones you should have been going for. They're the ones that people would have been like, "Oh shit!" Until you get like a big release, and you could have made like 15 of them.
Just there's so many that are just me fighter costumes that should have been full-fledged characters.
Because they don't want guns to. They don't want guns. That's like the main thing that I'm like, why? Why don't you want guns?
Fuck you.
What's wrong with guns?
Fuck you. Okay, first of all, you gave Mario a gun. So you got to throw that rule out the fucking window right now. You gave Mario a gun for fucking Marvel, for fucking Mario versus Rabbids bullshit. Mario
blaster.
used...
It's the Me Gunner blaster.
Yeah? Do you know how many different guns Doom Guy has? And do you know how many of them could be considered blasters?
I think
Fuck
that they're
you.
just being bitches.
Yeah, fuck you. You can make Doom Guy work.
Like it's not like you're
No,
depicting
fuck you.
gun
No,
violence.
fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. They put Bayonetta in and they own her. And she's got guns. Actual guns. In Smash.
Yeah, but they're not bloody gory. They're not Doom Guy gory. That's why I'm like, fuck it.
Now
Don't
shut
put Doom
up.
Guy in
You
there.
don't
Then
have to
fucking
make
Master Chief. He's
you
not
can-
gory. He's
you
not
can
uber
nerf
violent.
you can nerf his guns just like you nerfed. I mean, her guns are gory violent in her game. And you didn't make them gory violent in Smash.
And
So you can do the
Master
same with
Chief
Doom
has
Guy.
more. You could base a lot of the moves off of the armor lock abilities or like the armor abilities from like reach and stuff.
You don't even need to do that.
that way you don't even have to use as many
You don't
guns.
even need to do that. Master Chief's already been in a fighting game. He already has fighting game moves.
I mean, they could do that. They could just copy that, but I don't know. They seem
You
to
can
kinda
do your
try to
own.
get their own spin
I
on it.
mean, you can do your own. You can
Almost
do
as
some
like
of those.
Ryu and Ken, where they just
You
like,
can do
know,
some
their
of. You can do some of those moves, and then you can make up your own. But the point is, you've got a place to look for inspiration. So don't act like you don't know what to do with the character. It's already been
No,
done.
I seriously believe it's because it's not because it's fucking an American company. I seriously believe it because most of the shit they add is from Japan. It's like every fucking time. It's like they just don't want to add American characters. I don't know if it's specifically because they don't want to, or if we're just harder to deal with, or something like that to them. I don't know what it is, but goddamn.
I know the Nintendo fanboys will never admit it. None of them watch my stream anymore now that the game's out. But Nintendo is notoriously racist against Americans. To the point that they don't even like. There's been documentaries on it.
I'm surprised they put Banjo-Kazooie. He is like my honestly most surprised character to see in Smash because like nobody thought that he was going to be in there. Nobody was like there was a few people asking, but nobody was like, "Oh man, Banjo-Kazooie."
Yeah, there's a few times that they'll surprise you, but there've been actual documentaries on the makings of games from back in the 80s where Nintendo just straight up would not help their own American office. They would get mad at them if they asked for help. So the American office was often on their own. Like Nintendo just doesn't. Just does not like Americans. And they don't respect us. And they think that we're incompetent. And anytime American studios would ask, their own American studio would ask for help, they would accuse them of being incompetent and be like, figure it out. Yeah, like they don't think that we know how... They don't think that we know how to develop games. They don't like any of our games. They're pretty openly racist. Yeah, I found a boss. I don't know if I want to fight it or not. It does have a treasure chest in front of it, and I...
Hit him with the gritty, man. Hit him with the gritty. Do a triple backflip. Oh,
First, get you from a hot air balloon. Second, I built one. Where's it at?
make sure you set the ones that you're going to use multiple times as a favorite or something.
Alright, let's see how well this works. Fucking wood. It does not seem to be working. Big bow. With bomb should shoot 3 bombs.
Carpet bomb.
Further out. Alright, fuck it, we're just gonna fight you then.
Oh, no damage.
Yeah, I have to get his health bar to show up. I was hoping hitting him would trigger the boss fight.
Wow.
Go. Don't do that. Help me out, bud. Oh, I know what to do against you. Come here, bud. Come here, come here! God, I hate this mechanic. Why are they not a menu item? I like that shit.
Oh, damn.
I recognize the rock his leg was made out of. And that one's gone. Know your weakness.
You are a weak bitch.
Yep. See, it broke after one hit. Alright. this one. This one won't break. Just keep smacking you.
I don't like how
Shit.
the combined system works. I think that's my biggest like complaint. Like the sword, like it works okay with the bow combination. I'd rather that.
It's their
than,
menu
like, what it-
system. It's their menu system that's killing it. This is clearly Breath of the Wild with mods because it's using the Breath of the Wild menu system, which clearly wasn't designed for this. I didn't want you. I wanted him. So I hate this system. Yeah. See, none of this makes any sense. Like, this system clearly wasn't... There's no UI built around any of the new systems. It's all just Breath of the Wild UI with mechanics that aren't friendly to it. Can I do it with yours? Come here. I doubt it. We'll try it. Well, here's how we find out. Nope, can't. Has to be him. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, he's the Rock. You know, the Rock can't lose. He's got to be the most important character in the film. I mean, the game.
Okay. I got you, baby. Come here, bud. I didn't.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah. It was still spawning. It hadn't triggered yet. I knew I should have waited. It wasn't quite glowing yet. Come on, girl. We're gonna try to shoot him in the face with your magic arrow here. Angle. Maybe if I just... Oh, it still does damage if I just hit him.
Oh, okay, so you can swap between the two to just be constantly doing some form of damage.
Yeah, I just... Damn it! He just happened to pick his leg up just a little bit right at the... Oh, come on! Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, I just have to physically interact with him. They should be menu items. Like the rest of my items.
Yeah.
So I can select which one I want so I don't have to physically be near them. Because the problem is that they'll constantly, like, get stuck on the environment or I can't find them.
If they actually did damage ever in their lives, you know, maybe. Problem is, they just run around you like fucking...
They will occasionally hit stuff. They just don't attack often enough. Like, they feel like they feel like mods. Like, these don't feel like characters that were properly implemented into a game. This feels like a fan-made mod. Them as a mechanic feels like a fan-made mod. They're followers, but not really. I have zero control over them, and I have to interact with them to even use their one ability that they give me. Which is how you would do a mod. Because a mod wouldn't add new mechanics to the game that would alter the, you know, very core of the game. You'd have to work within the confines of the game you're modding. Yeah. That's how you do it.
I'm just wondering if the tears were on us the whole time. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Ooh. Is that what you give me? How much damage this does.
And those were the tears of the kingdom.
Holy damn!
What the fuck?
Plus 76.
Does it make
For the
it
piece of his leg?
Is it shit durability?
Nope, this is good durability. This is a boss weapon. Well, saving that.
Can you like take it off now or?
No, if I take it off, it destroys the item that's been fused to it. It's stuck on
Oh, you should have like gotten the fucking Master Sword and equipped that to it. That'd have been fucking crazy.
Well, I equipped it to that weapon for a reason. That weapon's bonus perk is it doubles the power of whatever is attached to it. That's why it's so powerful.
Oh damn, you best use that on like Ganon, bro. That shit right
Yeah,
there.
I'm saving that shit.
That shit fire.
Aw, damn it.
Like I like the ideas. I just think like everything
really
could have
thought-
been done from like a menu.
I really thought... Yeah, there's a lot of things that should be menus and not what we're doing. Damn it, I really thought... classic armor.
Honestly, the crystals are cool. That's a whole upgrade right there. Worth it, definitely.
It's just
You
they're
got-
they're
You got a
farmable.
super strong left weapon. You got
They're farmable.
an upgrade.
They're pretty easy to farm. That's why I had over 1,000 at the time I had them. They're farmable. The classic armor's not. I would have rather had that.
I wonder if they have a new game plus mode in this.
They did in the previous games, so I imagine they'll have it in this. It's called Master Quest. Basically, super hard difficulty, and items and enemy placements have been moved. That's something they've done with Zelda games since the NES. Even original Zelda on NES did that. It would beat the game, you unlock second quest. They didn't call it Master Quest back then. It was just second quest, but it rearranged the item and enemy locations.
Wish they'd like be more like You don't have any wood, by the way.
I used rockets.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you needed the rockets to, or if you needed fuel to make the rockets go at all, or.
It uses a good chunkier battery. That's why I don't like to use them. But now that I got extra battery, that's all I was trying to do was get up here.
Oh, okay, that's a big chunk.
Yeah, it's not a bad chunk. Found this one in the middle here. Usually, if there's something in the middle, and there's some special way to get to it, because see, every other one that was like that in the middle had some special way to get to it. Like you have to, like there's only one entrance to it, like this one down. Yeah, I had to go in through this one little spot right there. If I tried to glide to it from any other direction, I'd hit a wall. And I have to find it in the dark. So there's one little cave in there. That is a respawn. That is a farmable boss fight.
Is this where you're gonna end it off, or are you going because it's the weekend? Or it's Friday, actually, not the weekend.
Yeah, I meant to go to bed soon.
Yeah, as we do.
With the making up our own make-believe video game.
I mean, whenever if we ever get the chance.
Yeah, if
how
I
many
knew how
times
to-
have you brought it up? I mean, I'm
I
pretty
knew
sure
how
you
to-
got
I would. I have an abusive relationship with fighting games, and I'm hoping Street Fighter 6 will bridge the gap. And
I'd think you'd make like a beat 'em up.
I'm hoping Street Fighter 6 will bridge the gap. I like the idea of fighting games, especially fighting games that have a good counter system, so that everything has its counter, and then it becomes about reading your opponent. It's got this rock paper scissors feel to it, even though it's more complicated than simple rock paper scissors, but you get the idea. You know, I see a thing, I know I need to do this thing, and then it all becomes reading my opponent and reaction time and all that. The problem is I've never been good at that part of the game because I've always just been struggling so hard with timing combos. So I'm hoping that with a game that doesn't make me focus so much on that, I can learn better how to read an opponent, how to play footsies, and how to do all those other buzzword things I've heard about but never tried. And then once I learn those, I'll transition away from the modern controls and start to get better at the other stuff. And then, kind of learn it one thing at a time. Kind of master this part of the game, then master this part of the game, now master putting them together. So I'm liking the idea, and that seems to be the idea behind Street Fighter 6, and I think it's going to work, especially after playing with modern controls. Modern controls are viable, so I don't even need to transition back if I don't want to. It all depends on how limited I feel with them after I've gotten to the point that I feel like I've mastered the footsie game and the reading my opponent game and the counter game and the, all that stuff that I was decent at before, but never able to do because I would, there'd be plenty of times I'd know what to do in Street Fighter. I'd see something coming, but I'm not able to do the motion input or whatever fast enough to get my move out, and I can't get my move to work. So making it so that I have options where if I feel confident to do the motion, I can do that. But if I feel like I don't have enough time to pull out the motion, I can still react with this instead. So I never feel like I just was defenseless.
Yo, hey, I just found this, by the way. Tim Kaine, like, guy works on Outer Worlds, original Fallout games, bunch of stuff that I'm pretty sure you've heard of and like. He just made a YouTube channel, like not a long time ago. It's been like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, send it to me. I might look. Watch.
He only does he talks about like stuff that people have like sent him in. I think he's kind of going into like a semi. Yeah, it's like 5th video is like semi-retirement. I think he's going into a retirement of some kind.
That's fine.
And
I just
like,
want send it because I'm gonna listen to. I listen to videos at work like podcasts while I'm working.
Oh my god, he has a fucking. Tim Kaine has a bottle or not a blog about fucking chocolate.
Okay.
Yeah, weird.
He likes chocolate.
Yeah, he's like it's been a thing. He has like different country chocolate. He's been doing it since '93.
I mean, I like chocolate too. But some white people are like that with cheeses.
Dude, I love cheese. Cheese is so good.
Yeah, there's cheese snobs. There's wine snobs.
I like chocolate. I never understood the extremes of these people. I'm like, why? Like for him, it seems pretty healthy. He just documents every kind of chocolate he's ever eaten.
It's the same with wine people. You could put a $100 bottle of wine in front of me, $10 bottle of the same kind of wine in front of me, and I probably couldn't tell the fucking difference. I think wine snobs are just lying to themselves, making the shit up. But wine snobs exist. They have wine tastings. They don't even drink the wine. You ever been to a wine tasting? I had a girlfriend take me once in college. You ever been to a wine tasting?
No, because it sounded awful.
It is awful. They get mad at you if you drink. It's a place where you go to drink wine, and then they get mad at you if you drink the wine. Being intoxicated messes with your ability to taste the wine. So what you're supposed to do, and they give you a bucket, walk around, taste the wine, swish it around in your mouth like mouthwash, and you spit it in the bucket. This is a room full of people doing that nasty shit. Room full of people in expensive clothing spitting in buckets. It's the dumbest shit.
Hell yeah, man.
Wine tastings are fucking retarded.
You don't like just tasting things and not actually eating them? No, that's why I don't go. I do not go.
If you do that with food,
You're
that is you're not just gross. If you do that with food, that is medically an eating disorder. Oh, it's a form of bulimia. There's 2 kinds of bulimia. There's the people who eat the food and then immediately go to the bathroom and throw it up. And then there's the people who eat the food, don't swallow it, is spit it out. They're disordered.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's a mental disorder.
No. That is entirely.
How the fuck is wine tasting not a mental disorder? It's the same shit.
I don't know. I guess it's because you're doing it intentionally. I don't know. There's got to be some reason. I agree with you personally, though. I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, there's so many things that, like, if you did it with anything else, they'd probably be giving you some drug to help you or sending you to a psychiatrist. But if you do it with this thing, it's fine. Wine's one of them. Spit it out. It's fine. Spit out your food. You've got a mental disorder. Go talk to somebody. Better call BetterHelp. Yeah. Like, what? What?
Hell yeah.
If you jerk off 8 times a day while watching porn, you have a porn addiction. Call BetterHelp. Jerk off 8 times a day to your imagination. You just have a high sex drive. It's cool. What? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just like playing with my dick.
It's totally not a sex thing. I like playing with my dick. It's not a sex thing.
Yeah. It's a comfort thing. It's a therapy dick.
It's
I just like to pet it. It's a therapy dick.
therapy.
I have a therapy dick. Yeah, like a therapy pet.
Yeah, I got a few of those.
They got to do something about those therapy pets, man. They're getting out of hand. Some bitch came in the store the other day with a fucking therapy snake.
What?
Huh?
Okay,
Yep.
there's a limit.
Oh! You should see it. They did a news report of the guy. I think he's somewhere in Florida, but he's got a therapy alligator. Yeah. Legally allowed to take that into stores.
That's
And this bitch was walking around the grocery store with a snake around her neck. A live snake. I don't understand how that's allowed. Like, your therapy thing that you're taking around to help you with your anxiety to feel better is giving everyone else anxiety. How is that okay? We live in the upside down world. Just I don't understand it. I'm just waiting for someone to come in with that therapy tarantula. Just fucking therapy spider. I don't care if I trigger everyone else's arachnophobia, as long as I feel better. We live in the me time where everyone only cares about me. What? I just want what's comfortable to me. Like, every day. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Every day it happens, and I've decided I know what I'm going to do. Every day I go out to break, take my vape, and I go sit out there with the smokers out front of the store. And every day, without fail, some asshole is going to pull right into the fire lane, right up to the door, and just get out. And act like that parking spot is just for him. Some entitled piece of shit. He's going to give us all a dirty look for staring at him. He's going to walk in. So I've decided what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the hardware store. Buy a box of 9-inch nails. And every time someone does that shit, I'm going to walk by their car. I'm going to take a couple nails out of my pocket, and I'm going to throw it right under their front tire. Be like, whoops, something fell out my pocket. Have fun picking nails out your tire. It's karma, bitch.
hell yeah.
You entitled piece of shit.
I wish there was like you could justifiably like treat douchebags like douchebags.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start finding little ways to treat them like douchebags that aren't, you know, me starting a public scene or starting a fight. God, it's not worth losing my job over. But if I just walk by and casually just reach into my pocket and just Just drop him down next to me and hope he runs over. Because your tire doesn't go instantly flat. Like, that takes a few days. It's just going to slowly lose air. That nail in his tire. Over the course of a few days. Until one day he's stuck in traffic on the interstate and then his tire goes flat and now he's just stuck there. And I hope it finally goes flat at the most inopportune time.
Imagine it goes flat in the parking lot.
Or maybe it's a sports
like
car.
3 weeks later. It comes
Or maybe it's a sports car, because this is the other thing that can happen. Maybe it's a sports car, and you decide you're going to drive it fast like an asshole, and you're going to be a bigger asshole than just that asshole that parks in the fire lane, but you're going to go 90 or 100 on the interstate and endanger everybody. You can actually go fast enough that the G-force on the tire will push the nail out. You'll fling it out of the tire. And then your tire blows out. And you just have a blowout. So it's going to be that part of me that hope that happens at 110 miles an hour. And we get to see how high the safety rating is on that piece of shit you spent too much money on.
Hell yeah.
Fuck what? Called Karma. Haven't you ever seen My Name is Earl? This is how it happens.
Yeah, man.
Alright, man. I need 5 a.m. Jesus.
Yeah, it's time.
Catch my little 2-hour nap and then go to work.
Yeah, I gotta take stuff to the dump tomorrow.
I was gonna take I was like, oh, it's cool. I can take a nap after work, but then I remember Diablo 4 beta starts tomorrow, so I'm gonna be streaming that immediately after work. Well, maybe not immediately. Maybe I will take a nap and just stream earlier than usual because kind of anticipating server. Maybe it won't be worth the headache.
Yeah, it probably won't be. I probably won't be on until later anyway, so.
Alright. Later, man.
Hit me up when you find out if we can when we can download it so I can get it done.
Well, I can check the launcher right now. Should be able to download it right now, I think. Reload. I never deleted it. Because I had a feeling this was coming. Okay, logging into the launcher just triggered an update for Call of Duty. Let's click on Diablo 4. Yep. In development, server slam, pre-install. It's already up. You can pre-install it now. Yeah, bud. Hit the update button so I can update it after Call of Duty.
Says I cannot install it.
No, you have to hit the game version button.
Server slam?
Drop down? Yeah, hit server slam. And there you go.
Oh my god, it's 70 gigs?
It's the full game. I don't know if there's a restriction during the beta or not for the server slam, but it's supposed to be.
Dude,
I think
this is the biggest a COD game.
I think that's a good thing. That means less content. But I'm hoping that the progress from this carries over into the real game since they're actually going live with the full game this time. But good. I expect new games to be big because that means they should be. That means that they are full games and not short experiences that they're going to sell me content on later. And it means that they probably have really high res graphics. They're meant to be played in 4K. Yeah, like newer games should be bigger because all that extra stuff.
Yeah,
all that
the problem
graphical power.
When you have no more space and are now like, fuck, every game is the size of a goddamn.
I agree. They need to do something about giving people bigger hard drives, especially since games are getting bigger, because that's usually what happens. That's when a new console comes out during the first year or two of that generation, games will get continually bigger as companies learn how to make better games that take better advantage of the hardware. And taking better advantage of that hardware requires more resources, which requires more space. And then they learn how to optimize better, and then those sizes start coming back down toward the end of the console's lifespan. And that's the cycle of a console's lifespan. So I expect them to be big for now. I'd throw up more of a red flag if they aren't. Anyway, I'm out, man. Later.
Later.
And as for the rest of you wonderful witches, I want to thank you all for watching. If you're new to the server, there are socials above my head here, unless of course you're on a mobile platform, in which case check the links in the description of the profile down below. Twitter will let you know when I go live. The Discord's where the community's at. It's a couple hundred strong, grows every single day. And there's, you know, if you haven't noticed during our conversations, we play all different kinds of games, and there's all different kinds of people there. So don't be shy. Go ahead, join. Make yourself a new friend, a new gaming buddy, hell, maybe even a new lover. For now, though, I'm going to go to bed. Catch a little nap and go to work, and then I'll see you guys for the server slam. So thanks for watching. See you witches. Or after work. Have a good night, everybody.